Chapter 141, Guest. The middle-aged man wore a virescent robe. He had a smile on his face, and he was built tall and strong. As he stood there, he looked like a small hill. His arms were long. Even if his chi was not emitted, there was still a looming might coming from him. As he looked at Su Ming too observed him. "It's fine. I like Fang Mu," Su Ming said calmly and moved forward. There were about dozens of steps between him and Fang Mu's father. As he walked forward, the distance gradually shortened. Yet the closer he came, the more clearly he could feel the pressure from the man gradually becoming stronger. When they were just 5 steps away from each other, that pressure arrived at its strongest. This was a test, a clear test with no intention of being hidden. The man stood there and looked at Su Ming moving towards him with a smile. This tower was the domain of the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe. Only powerful berserkers could step foot in there. The same applied for those in the tribe. Those who were not outstanding could only remain outside. When he was 9 steps away from the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe, Su Ming suddenly took a big step forward with his right foot. That step alone breached a distance of 10 feet, and he arrived within the 5 steps of the tribe leader. The tribe leader's robe suddenly expanded, causing Su Ming's footstep to falter, as if he could not place his foot down. He looked as if he was about to withdraw. Yet at that moment, a strange light appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He met the tribe leader's gaze and the man's body swayed. A sharp pain suddenly appeared in his head, and he had no choice but to lessen the pressure coming from his body. The moment he lessened the pressure, Su Ming's foot landed. "I, Mo Su, greet the tribe leader of Tranquil East." Su Ming wrapped his fist around his palm and bowed towards the man before him. The expression of the man in virescent robes remained the same, and he took 1 step back, making a way to the tower. He too wrapped his fist around his palm towards Su Ming. "Brother Mo, this might be our first meeting, but the moment I saw you, it is as if I met an old friend. If you don't mind, you can call me Fang Shen. Come, Brother Mo, this way." Fang Shen let out a boisterous laugh and a friendly look appeared on his face. "Brother Fang, if you please." Su Ming nodded and walked into the tower with Fang Shen. Fang Mu let out a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that scene from a distance. It was rare for him to see his father treat others this way, so it was clear that Senior Mo had once again obtained his father's approval. He pondered over it for a moment and chose not to leave, but instead waited outside the door. The inside of the tower was decorated in a simple manner. There were not a lot of luxurious items around, giving it a natural feeling. Everything inside was made of stone. Once Fang Shen invited Su Ming to sit at a stone table, he personally brought out some herbs. After boiling them in hot water, he poured the liquid into a cup and placed it before Su Ming. "Brother Mo, thank you for treating my son's injuries over the years. I have nothing to repay you with. This grasswood leaf may be precious, but it's still not enough to be served to you. I hope you don't mind." Fang Shen looked at Su Ming with gratitude. Su Ming looked at the leaves floating in the hot water in the cup on the table. It looked very normal, but this was not the first time Su Ming saw something like this. He had seen the elder drinking a similar liquid with Jing Nan when he was by the elder's side in Windstream Tribe, and he also took note of some of the actions the elder did when he drank this liquid. Fang Mu's injuries have been lying in his body for many years. I've only slightly lessened their effects. Su Ming might be looking now like how he usually acted, but in truth, he was rather nervous. He could already tell the tribe leader's power from that instant before. This person might not have awakened, but there were 900-something blood veins within his body. By right, it should not be a problem if this man wanted to awaken, but he had yet to, which meant that he was aiming higher. He wanted to wait till he obtained the full number for his blood veins before he awakened. If that was the case, then even if he was just at the initial stage of the awakening realm, he could still fight against those at the middle stage of the awakening realm. The blood veins were like a foundation. The more blood veins a berserker had, the stronger the foundation was. The moment he let it all out, the effects would be shocking. However, this was not the reason why Su Ming was nervous. He was nervous because since young, and even after he came to the land of South Morning, he spent most of his time alone. He did not have too much experience conversing with people. It was even rarer for him to be in situations where he had to sit down and enter into talks akin to negotiations. Besides, even Jing Nan would have to be polite towards this man due to his status. Fang Shen smiled and grabbed the cup. He took a sip, but he did not like the leaves floating on the surface of the water. When some of the leaves went into his mouth along with the water, he swallowed it. This person's power is as hard to ascertain as usual. Let's say he hasn't awakened, but he has fine control, and his aura is hard to grasp. He also made me feel a strong sense of danger just now. But if I assume that he has awakened, he had a lot of trouble with those last 5 steps. Still, that one gaze just now was terrifying. It alone made me feel as if I was seen through, and it made my chi unstable. This person is mysterious, but why does he seem to be slightly nervous? Fang Shen put down the cup and looked at Su Ming. We are now nearing the day of eternal creation. The entire land of South Morning is shrouded in fog. It is also an important moment for the 3 tribes in Han Mountain. All entry to the tribes has been sealed off. I hope you understand. Why is it that you have come to my tribe? Fang Shen spoke with a smile. There was a leaf in his mouth that he did not manage to swallow. As he spoke, he brought up the cup to his lips once again and swallowed the leaf when he took another sip. This thing is really troublesome when I'm trying to drink it. Fang Mu's aunt brought it back. If you're not used to it, Fang Shen swallowed his words. He saw Su Ming taking up the cup, and with one light swing of the cup, the tea leaves were scattered skillfully, causing some of them to sink to the bottom, and the others to get stuck to the side of the cup. Naturally, after playing around with it for a while, Su Ming did not drink the liquid, but chose to put down the cup. Fang Shen immediately noticed that Su Ming had 2 fingers around the cup and swung it with his palm acting as the center. There was a graceful air in his action, and it made Fang Shen blink. He saw this same action on his little sister before. In fact, his little sister had even taught him how to drink that liquid and how to hold the cup, but Fang Shen had thought it was troublesome and did not want to learn it. Yet when he saw Su Ming's actions and remembered how he held the cup, even drinking down the tea leaves, he felt a little awkward. I came here because I wanted to become Tranquil East Tribe's guest. Gradually, Su Ming's heart calmed down. He was imitating the elder's movements from that time and had a feeling that he had become the elder at that moment. Oh, Fang Shen lifted his head and looked at Su Ming with a polite smile. He was the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe and was not as rough and simple as he seemed to be. Su Ming knew that his ploys were child's play before this person's eyes. He knew that he was lacking, so he decided to keep some secrets to himself while being honest. I want to go to the hidden grounds in the canyons of Han Mountain, which is where the sky flute branch grows, Su Ming said calmly. An almost unnoticeable glint appeared in Fang Shen's eyes. He did not realize that Su Ming would be so straightforward. In truth, Fang Shen had already guessed why Su Ming had come here a long while ago. He did not reject Su Ming's request immediately. After all, this person was the one who had healed Fang Mu's injuries. Second, this was not the first time he communicated with Su Ming. The 2 of them had known about each other for the past couple years. They even came into contact during the return and the gifting of the blade. If it were not because of these reasons, if any other stranger would have come to him and made that request, Fang Shen would have definitely rejected them. Give me a reason. Fang Shen looked at Su Ming, and a serious expression came upon his face. He had researched Su Ming's identity in detail over the past few years. After all, this person was in close contact with Fang Mu. This fact alone was enough to garner Fang Shen's attention. The results of the investigation came out a long time ago, and by Fang Mu's descriptions and Fang Shen's own judgments, he had a 9 out of 10 certainty that this mysterious Mo Su was not from around Han Mountain. He came from someplace else and was not familiar with this place. The possibilities of him knowing about the secrets of Han Mountain City were also low. More importantly, this person did not seem to have any ill intentions. This was not a decision made based on observations done in 1 or 2 days, but the feeling Fang Mu and Fang Shen obtained from Su Ming's inconspicuous attitude and behavior during the past 4 years. His mysterious power, amiable attitude, status, and background that had nothing to do with Han Mountain were all things that made Fang Shen think highly of him. That was why he gave Su Ming a chance to persuade him. I told Fang Mu that I was a seventh of a chance certain that I could cure his injuries with the medicinal concoction I'm making. This medicinal concoction is very important to me. One of its effects will allow me to cure Fang Mu's injuries completely. Right now, I am lacking Sky Flute Branch to create this medicinal concoction. In truth, I asked Fang Mu to search for this herb for me to reduce the need for me to look for this herb in the future when I need to create this concoction again. If the hidden grounds of Han Mountain City has Sky Flute Branch, then there is a high possibility that other herbs exist in the place as well. If I can find more, then it'll be a great help for me when I create the medicinal concoction, Su Ming said languidly. He did not place emphasis on the effects of the medicinal concoction towards healing Fang Mu's injuries. If that was the case, then it would make the other party feel as if he was being pressured and would end up disliking Su Ming. It would not do him any good either. Instead, it would be better to emphasize the benefits of the concoction towards himself and subtly reveal some of his own thoughts that would make the other party wonder. Fang Shen fell into momentary silence before he spoke suddenly. There is danger within the hidden grounds of Han Mountain. What berserker art do you practice? The berserker art of killing. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and answered calmly. What sort of injury does my son have? An injury that is caused by an illusionary spirit materialized from a berserker mark of a powerful berserker that is at least at the middle stage of the awakening realm. When Su Ming observed Fang Mu's injury in the past, he discovered this using fine control. That was why he was certain that spirit plunder could cure that injury. He was not certain about it in the past, but as his power increased and he thought more about it, he obtained a clearer answer. As for how Tranquil East Tribe provoked a powerful berserker at the middle stage of the awakening realm and why it happened, Su Ming was not too curious about it. If you enter the hidden grounds and find other herbs, then how certain are you of curing Mu-Er's injuries? If you can't, then what of your chances? Fang Shen asked once again. Su Ming fell into contemplative silence for a moment before he answered. For the former, I will judge according to the situation, but it should be more than an eighth. As for the latter, it is still a seventh of a chance. Brother Mo, since you're already here in Tranquil East Tribe, then stay here for the time being. I will need to think about this. Fang Shen fell silent for a while before he got up and wrapped his fist around his palm towards Su Ming. Su Ming stood up and once he returned the greeting to Fang Shen, he walked out of the tower. A moment after he left, a woman walked down from the first floor of the tower. Kang Lan, what do you think of this person? Fang Shen turned around and looked at the woman who sat down where Su Ming was sitting just a moment ago. Chapter 142, Those Disappeared Years. She was a woman in purple robes with petite features which made her look pretty. She was not tall, but her petite figure made her look attractive. She was also very fair, her skin looking as if it would be torn if wind blew against it. Her eyes were closed as she sat in Su Ming's seat. Her eyelashes were very long and as they fluttered, causing her entire being to have a different air compared to Han Feizi. This demeanor was different from Han Feizi's cold attitude and Bai Ling's wild beauty. She gave people an impression of peacefulness, as if she was an orchid in a valley. She had a very beautiful face that did not reveal her age. Now that she sat there, she looked as if she had become one with the tower. Fang Shen looked at the woman before him with a doting look in his eyes. This was his only little sister. When she was young, the tribe did not pay too much attention to her, and her power was not great either. Her quiet attitude also made others neglect her most of the time. Yet no one expected that this seemingly fragile woman would challenge the chains of Han Mountain 10 years ago at only the 7th level of the blood solidification realm for a reason only Fang Shen knew in the entire tribe. For the 3 tribes of Han Mountain City, the chains of Han Mountain were something made for outsiders. It was no reason for the people of the tribe to take up the challenge. Every single time Freezing Sky Clan took in disciples, they would choose the prodigies from the 3 tribes. Even if less than 10 people had been chosen from the 3 tribes over the past hundreds of years, there was still hope. However, if they were not chosen and still wanted to enter Freezing Sky Clan, then they would need to obtain the right to enter the clan by challenging the chains of Han Mountain like an outsider. No one expected it, not even Fang Shen expected his little sister, Fang Kang Lan, to challenge the chains of Han Mountain at only the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. The things that happened 10 years ago would often appear in Fang Shen's mind. This woman whom no one had really paid much attention to managed to go up to the 6th chain using an unknown method and obtained the right to become a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan with incredible determination and perseverance. Fang Shen looked at his little sister. He knew that she may look fragile, but in fact had an incredibly strong personality that he knew he could not compare to. He did not have the courage to challenge the chains of Han Mountain. For now, he hasn't awakened, Kang Lan whispered after opening her eyes. For now, Fang Shen frowned. But he's not lying. He can indeed cure Mu Er's injuries. Kang Lan lifted her hand and took the cup Su Ming had held previously, her voice calm. Fang Shen looked at Kang Lan and said in a low tone, I've had my doubts about this. How could that medicinal concoction of his cure the injuries that even you can't heal? Kang Lan lowered her head and a desolate look appeared on her face. She closed her eyes. That's not what I meant. You. Fang Shen immediately spoke and tried to explain, but he did not know how to begin. Brother, this is my fault, but the world is a big place. There are plenty of strange people with different abilities. This Mo Su didn't seem to be lying. I can feel some of his thoughts by sitting here in his place. He's not lying regarding the healing. Kang Lan opened her eyes and the calm look returned. She looked at Fang Shen and said softly, this person is of a mysterious background. The way he drank the liquid formed by the leaves may seem simple, but in truth, I didn't even know about this until I entered Freezing Sky Clan. His actions may be stiff, but they were correct. He must have seen someone doing this before, and there are few who can do this in the land of South Morning. If it weren't because of my master's kindness, who asked me to brew this often for her, I wouldn't have learned how to do this. Fang Shen frowned, occupied by his thoughts. Also, Kang Lan placed the cup in her hands down, and an amazed look appeared in her eyes as she mumbled, he might not have awakened, but he's giving me a feeling that he's stronger than a normal berserker at the initial stage of the awakening realm. There seems to be resentment belonging to powerful berserkers of the awakening realm on him. This person might have killed people like that before. And it's not limited to one. When Fang Shen heard those words, he was stunned, and with an abrupt motion looked up at Kang Lan. If this person wasn't his little sister and someone whose berserker art he trusted, he would have definitely not believed her words. He killed more than just one berserker at the awakening realm. Kang Lan closed her eyes and pressed her right hand to the center of her brows. Her form gradually faded out before Fang Shen's eyes, but after a moment it returned to normal. Kang Lan opened her eyes and a hint of exhaustion appeared on her face. There are 2 awakened auras of death on him. One of them is from around 50 years ago, and the aura is weak, but it hasn't dispersed. Strangely though, it's giving me 2 readings. One of them is from 50 years ago, and the other is from 4 years ago. I can't differentiate it. The second one is clearer. It's from around 1 year ago, but it's also very faint. Uncertainty appeared on Kang Lan's face. She could not understand it. When he heard Kang Lan's words, Fang Shen's expression became even more solemn. He knew his little sister's berserker art. This art could be said to be one of the 3 great berserker arts of Freezing Sky Clan. If it were not because Kang Lan had the talent to learn it and that her master had kindly taught her, it would have been difficult for her to obtain such an art. When Fang Shen thought of Kang Lan's master, respect blossomed in his heart. That's why I'm uncertain. He might have reached the awakening realm before, but due to some accident, his level of cultivation fell. That's why he's giving me a muddled feeling, Kang Lan said softly after hesitating for a moment. If it's as you say, then the mystery around this person is even greater than I initially thought. If that's the case, I'll have to think carefully whether I should let him join. Kang Lan, go and rest first. I need to speak to the elder about this. The moment Fang Shen finished speaking, he made to leave the tower. Brother, Freezing Sky Clan won't choose a disciple from Tranquil East Tribe this time, neither will they choose from Pukchiang Tribe. They will only take one person away, and that's Yanfei from Lake of Colors Tribe. This has already been decided, I cannot interfere with it. But the next time they take in disciples, I'll reserve a spot for Mu Er. As for Mo Su, I would suggest that you let him enter the place, but he would need someone to monitor him. If he can truly cure Mu Er, then he can become a true guest of Tranquil East Tribe, Kang Lan said in a soft voice, touching the center of her brows. Fang Shen nodded, then turned around and left the tower. Kang Lan was the only one left within the tower. She quietly sat on the stone chair and looked as if she was about to get up and leave, but after a moment of hesitation, she sat down once again. With a swing of her right hand, 3 white beast bones appeared in her palm. There were countless words on the 3 beast bones that were written down so densely that they could not be read. Those words let out a dark light and exuded an aged presence. It was clear that it was an ancient artifact. Just where did this Mo Su come from? Master told me that my sage's Genesis Berserker art has reached the 7th level, which is a rare sight within Freezing Sky Clan. And now this is the first time that I can't see clearly, and it's on this Mo Su. How could a person, at the same time, have 2 different? There's only one explanation to this. In this person's memories, it has only been 4 years since the first Berserker who reached the Awakening Realm died, but in reality, it's not so. This is the first time I've encountered this, Kang Lan thought for a moment before she bit her finger and wiped her blood on the 3 beast bones. The 3 beast bones immediately sucked the blood in. The dark light around them immediately became stronger, causing the entire tower to be filled with it. Kang Lan's face too, was illuminated by this dark light. If I can get to the bottom of this, perhaps it will enlighten me. There's no way that the 3 vessels of unspoken words that the master gave me won't be able to see through this clearly. A sparkle appeared in Kang Lan's eyes, and she mumbled a few complex strings of words in a low voice. These words were spoken stiffly and were difficult to understand. Anyone who heard it would have been baffled, and if they listened to it for a longer period of time, they would have been confused. Time trickled by. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a dim light begun to shine in Kang Lan's eyes. The 3 beast bones before her instantly flew up and started turning rapidly before the center of Kang Lan's brows. Slowly, she closed her eyes and her body quickly faded out until she eventually seemed to disappear into the tower. A large space distortion appeared where she had been sitting. Yet this situation only lasted for the span of 3 breaths, and a drastic change immediately happened. This isn't 50 years. Kang Lan's body immediately returned to its original state from its faded-out form, and a terrified look that was rarely seen on her usually calm face appeared. Amidst that terror was shock and disbelief as well. This isn't 50 years, this is. The 3 bones before the center of Kang Lan's brows let out a bang and shattered, as if an indescribable force had come forth and put an end to Kang Lan's actions. The moment the 3 bones shattered, muffled booms reverberated in the air and all the stone-made items within the tower crumbled to dust. At the same time, the entire tower let out a groan and started cracking inch by inch until it eventually turned to ashes. Kang Lan coughed out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards a few steps. Her petite face was pale, and she stood there stunned, as if she had lost her soul. The sudden change caused the entire Tranquil East tribe to be taken aback. All of them focused their gazes towards the tower, and they saw a few long arcs charging through the air. Some of the long arcs even came from the summits in the distance. The tribe leader of Tranquil East was the first to arrive. Beside him was an old man wearing a blue robe. The old man's eyes were bright, making all those who looked into his eyes lower their heads, not daring to look at him again. What happened? Fang Shen approached with anxiety on his face as he looked at Kang Lan. The old man frowned instead. He looked at his surroundings closely before his expression suddenly changed and became grave. There is an indescribable presence here. Han Kangzi, what happened here? Kang Lan stood in the midst of the tower's ruins and slowly closed her eyes. She only reopened them after a long while, consciousness returning into her eyes. She looked at her surroundings. The tower was once part of the mountain. Now that it was ruined, it looked like a hole was dug out in the mountain. Numerous cracks appeared on the edges of the mountain, as if the mountain was no longer stable. Her heart trembled. She fell into momentary silence and looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Over there, she saw Mo Su in the crowd with Fang Mu. It was clear that the drastic change just now caught his attention. It's nothing. I just saw something I shouldn't have. Brother, I'm begging you, please let him become a guest in Tranquil East Tribe. Kang Lan did not give any explanation, but made a request instead. Once she finished speaking, She did not even look at the old man in blue robes before turning away and walking towards Su Ming standing in the distance with an exhausted air. Fang Shen was stunned. This was the first time he heard Kang Lan using that tone. He fell into silence before he whispered a few words to the baffled old man beside him. Xian has the meaning of before, initial, ancestral. Yan has the meaning of words. A has the meaning of grain. Xian Yan combined together can mean ancestral words, or wise words left by the ancestors. I can't really use sagely grain though, so I went for synonyms for grain, which led to seed, which led to Genesis. As for sage, it was a toss-up between sage and ancestral, but since this art is one that looks into the truth, sage seemed more appropriate, hence sage's Genesis. Chapter 143, What Have I Forgotten? Su Ming stood in the distance. He was just about to leave with Fang Mu to his temporary abode in Tranquil East Tribe when his attention was caught by the sudden resounding boom that came from where the tower was. When he saw the people of Tranquil East Tribe rushing over with shocked looks, together with Fang Mu, who also rushed back with anxiousness and agitation, Su Ming followed them back. He saw the tower turning to ashes, and the woman amidst the ruins. She was looking at him with a complicated gaze, and then started walking towards him. Su Ming had the black mask on his face. Everyone else could only see his eyes shining through the slits in the mask from underneath the black robe. They could not see his expression. As Kang Lan walked over, the people of Tranquil East Tribe standing around Su Ming greeted her respectfully. Su Ming's gaze was collected as he looked at the petite and pretty woman before him. She was very beautiful, and there were no signs of time be seen on her face, causing people to be unable to guess her age. Auntie, Fang Mu quickly greeted respectfully from his place beside Su Ming. Kang Lan did not seem to hear him. She looked at Su Ming with a complicated look, seemingly wanting to speak, but at the same time not. That strange expression made Su Ming wary. After a long while, Kang Lan spoke in a low tone, and there was a hint of frailty in her voice. Brother Mo, could you tell me your real name? A light crease appeared on Su Ming's brows. He did not speak. If someday, you remember something, you can come to Freezing Sky Clan to look for me. Kang Lan lowered her head and bowed slightly towards Su Ming. She cast a deep look at him once more, but here was no longer a complicated look in her eyes, just pity. She turned around and left. What do you mean? Su Ming was still frowning. The woman's strange words had not only baffled him, but for some unknown reason, an empty feeling arose in his heart. Kang Lan did not turn back, disappearing into the distance instead. She did not answer Su Ming's question. Perhaps she was still confounded by it herself. Senior Mo, she is my aunt, Fang Kang Lan. 10 years ago, she successfully challenged the chains of Han Mountain and became the disciple of Freezing Sky Clan, Fang Mu whispered after a slight hesitation. Su Ming nodded. As he looked at the place where Kang Lan had disappeared, a bewildered look appeared on his face hidden under the mask. Tranquil East Tribe was huge. Even if Su Ming was only on this particular summit, he could still feel just how big Tranquil East was. Fang Mu originally intended to familiarize him with Tranquil East Tribe, but due to Kang Lan's appearance, a strange agitation rose in Su Ming's heart. He went straight back towards the lodgings given to him by the tribe and fell into silence, wanting to be alone. Fang Mu knew that Su Ming was eccentric and loved silence. Once he had people send in food and fruits, he bid respectfully farewell and left. The room was not big. Since the tribe was built on the mountain, it was not humid. Sometimes, gusts of wind would blow through, making people feel refreshed. Yet Su Ming ignored all these as he sat on the stone bed. The image of Kang Lan's pitying look came to his mind unbidden. That gaze made him puzzled, and at the same time, it also made him increasingly agitated. He could not control his agitation. For some reason, he had a feeling that Kang Lan had not told him everything. When I was with Fang Shen in the tower, that woman should have also been there. Once I left, something happened, causing the tower to collapse. The woman was also injured. Her expression did not seem fake, and, with her status, there's no need for her to pretend before me. Just what did she mean? If someday I remember something I can go and find her in Freezing Sky Clan, what will I remember? Su Ming could not understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. His eyes shone, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Remember something, if I turn it around, then it means I forgot something, that's why she spoke about remembering things. But what have I forgotten? He closed his eyes. His mood should not have been affected by the woman's words, but for a reason that even he did not understand, due to that sentence and that pitying gaze, he became agitated, as if he had suddenly lost his voice when he wanted to shout loudly. Su Ming closed his eyes and carefully went through everything that he could recall. He started with his slightly fuzzy memories of childhood to his memories of now. After a long while, he opened his eyes. Just a ton of lies. Su Ming laughed coldly. He was still agitated, but he forced himself to not think about it any longer and gradually immersed himself in his meditation so that he could calm down. Time passed by, and it was soon nighttime. Due to the fog outside, Tranquil East Tribe was no longer lively as it usually was at night, it was silent instead. During this night, Su Ming tried multiple times to enter a meditative state, but only when dawn was almost upon him did he manage to calm down his heart and get rid of the agitation caused by Kang Lan's words. However, even if he did manage to calm down, the things that happened that day were buried in his heart like a seed. Sunlight should have graced the morning on the second day, but it was concealed by the thick fog, causing the land to be shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, due to the unique location of Tranquil East Tribe's summit, a person could still see clearly as long as he was on the mountain and was not looking too far away. When morning arrived, Fang Mu came. He brought with him a piece of news from his father. Su Ming was allowed to become a guest of Tranquil East Tribe and enjoy all the benefits given to the guests of Tranquil East. He would also join the group entering the tunnel of Han Mountain. Senior Mo, you don't actually need to enter the tunnel of Han Mountain. I heard that the place is very dangerous. There are only few people from the 3 tribes going in, and most of them are guests. You'll usually be battling for your life in there. The 3 tribes may appear to be in a harmonious relationship, but in truth, we scheme against each other a lot. It's especially so within the hidden grounds of Han Mountain. Fang Mu led Su Ming to the top of the mountain of Tranquil East Tribe where his father and the other leaders of the tribe waited so that they could send the next batch of people into the hidden grounds of Han Mountain. Every single time the fog of the day of eternal creation comes and the tunnel of Han Mountain is opened, a lot of people will die. You can tell me what herbs you'll need and I'll ask my father to arrange people to get them for you. As Fang Mu led Su Ming to the top of the mountain, he continued mumbling lowly. There was restlessness on his face. Though his concern was linked to his own well-being, it was still precious. A gentle look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. This young lad before him had entered his good graces during the past 4 years. It's fine, I'll be careful when I go in. Su Ming's voice was no longer aloof. He lifted his hand and patted Fang Mu's head, just like how the elder would pat his head when he was younger. Fang Mu was stunned by Su Ming's actions. Clearly, Su Ming's indifference and unsociable attitude over the years left a deep impression on him, making him rather unused to it. When he heard Su Ming's reply, he quickly overlooked what had just happened and let out a light sigh. If you've already made your decision, then I won't try to persuade you any longer. But senior, you have to be careful of the guests of the other 2 tribes. No one who enters the tunnel of Han Mountain is weak. While speaking, Fang Mu brought out a scroll of bamboo slips from his bosom and gave it to Su Ming. Senior, you've helped to heal my injuries over the years. Besides searching for herbs for you, I couldn't do anything else in return. These bamboo slips have some information pertaining to the guests in Lake of Colors and Pukchiang. I hope it'll be of some help to you. When Su Ming heard the words, he took the bamboo slips. Once he opened them and looked, he saw densely written words. There were also some portraits. Some wooden shards also remained on the bamboo slips, signaling that they were carved not too long ago. Also, all the guests who enter the tunnel of Han Mountain from Tranquil East Tribe can choose a counterfeit berserker vessel. My father told me to tell you that when you choose the vessel later, remember to choose a whip. Fang Mu soon brought Su Ming to the top of the mountain of Tranquil East Tribe, his low voice never stopping for a breath. The ground was flat here, as if the top had been sliced off. The fog in the area was rather thick, though 9 figures could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged at the center of the place. 7 of them sat surrounding 2 people in the middle. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but the presence of chi could be felt coming off them. Once he sent Su Ming to the place, Fang Yu took a few steps back and took a stand in the distance. With how strict the tribe was in regards to statuses, even if he was the son of the tribe leader, he still could not get closer in these sorts of situations. Su Ming appeared collected while walking towards the 9 people. As he got closer, a serious look appeared in his eyes. All of the 9 people here were powerful berserkers. It was especially so for the old man sitting right in the middle of the circle of the 7 people. This man wore a blue robe and his hair was white. Even if he had his eyes closed as he sat there, his presence was mighty like that of a dragon or a tiger, causing Su Ming's heartbeat to immediately beat faster. To the old man's left was the tribe leader of Tranquil East. The man built like an iron tower looked at Su Ming with brilliant eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. To the old man's right was another strong-looking man, but that man was not built tall. Even if he was sitting, he was still slightly shorter than Fang Shen, though the presence coming from him was not weaker than that of Zan Lun's. It was clear that he had already reached the awakening realm. Su Ming swept his gaze across the group. Among the 7 people sitting in a circle, besides the old and the slightly short man, there was also another person who had reached the awakening realm. This man was also an old man. He wore a black robe and had his back facing Su Ming. Tranquil East tribe is amazing. From what I can tell, there are already 3 people who are in the awakening realm. That old man in the blue robes is also giving me a feeling that he has surpassed Zan Lun. The chi from the others is also great. They most likely all have above 800 blood veins. Also, this shouldn't be the full strength of Tranquil East. Are the 2 people in the center the guests who will enter the tunnel of Han Mountain with me? Without even batting an eyelid, Su Ming stopped once he got closer. "You're Mo Su," a cold voice traveled forth slowly. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in red robes sitting beside the short man in the awakening realm. This person had an aloof expression on his face. Even with the fog in between them, the chill in his voice could still be heard as it traveled to Su Ming. "Yes," he replied calmly. "So you're the person who wanted to become a guest and join Tranquil East tribe halfway through, the one that made that ridiculous request to enter the tunnel of Han Mountain. Even if the tribe leader has agreed to this, a person who suddenly arrives like that must definitely have ulterior motives. He's even wearing a mask, what a joke. Unless he can prove his worth, then I won't agree to it." The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh. After his initial glance at Su Ming, he ignored him, choosing to stare at the tribe leader of Tranquil East sitting across him instead. Chapter 144. Allow me to take a look. The middle-aged man's words were sharp and echoed around the quiet mountaintop. Beside him, even though the short man who had reached the awakening realm had a blank look on his face, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The others did not seem to have heard the words. All of them remained silent. As for the old man in blue robes sitting right in the middle of the circle, he continued to have his eyes shut, as if he was not at all concerned with what was happening. As for the other 2 people who were surrounded, they were just as Su Ming had guessed. They were not from Tranquil East tribe. They were the 3rd batch of guests that were going to be sent into the tunnel of Han Mountain. One of the 2 people was an old man with red hair. The other was a man in his 30s. Their expressions were still, and they had their eyes closed, refusing to even acknowledge what was happening. "Head of the guards, what sort of right should he have? My word is all the right he needs," the tribe leader of Tranquil East said slowly. "With your acknowledgement, I trust that he doesn't harbor ill will towards Tranquil East tribe, but only a limited amount of people can enter the tunnel of Han Mountain. Because of him, Zhou Yu was taken out of the agreed-upon list of 3 people who could enter. If he can prove himself stronger than Zhou Yu, then I will agree to this." The middle-aged man still refused to look at Su Ming, looking instead at Fang Shen as he spoke darkly. He did not wait for Fang Shen's answer when he let out a low shout. "Zhou Yu, if you can win against this man, then no one can stop you from entering the tunnel." The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, a long string of laughter appeared from the other side of the stage, which was soon followed by an big, ugly man which was about 10 feet tall walking from the end of the stage, laughing ferociously. This man did not wear a shirt, his strong body in the open for all to see. As he got closer, a strong presence of chi radiated off him, making a lot of fog around them to scatter away. His appearance made the tribe leader of Tranquil East frown. Even the two guests who were sitting cross-legged in the circle opened their eyes and looked towards the guest with grave expressions. With each step he took, the man's feet thundered against the ground. Once he stood beside the smiling short man in the awakening realm and wrapped his fist around his palm in greeting towards the old man sitting in the middle of the circle. His voice traveled out like a roaring wave. "Greetings, Elder, Chief of Battle, Head of the Guards." While speaking, the man bowed towards the short man in the awakening realm and the middle-aged man in red robes. The old man in blue robes still had his eyes closed, ignoring him. Yet Zhou Yu did not dare to mind. He knew about the man's status. If the elder of Tranquil East really opened his eyes and gave him a nod, he would have been taken aback. "Zhou Yu, this is the person who took your place. Go and fight against him," the head of the guards of Tranquil East, the middle-aged man in the red robes told sullenly, pointing at Su Ming. "Head of the guards, I'm afraid I can't control myself if I accidentally kill him." A fierce light appeared in Zhou Yu's eyes, and he stared at Su Ming as if he was looking at a dead person, laughing viciously. "It's fine. I believe the tribe leader won't mind. After all, if both parties fight against each other and no one ends up dead, we can't tell whether the fight was genuine." This time, the one who spoke was not the middle-aged man in red robes, but the short chief of battle in the awakening realm. "Mo Su, you told me before that you learned the berserker art of killing. Allow me to take a look at it today." Tranquil East tribe leader's face became sullen. They had already spoken and agreed upon what they would do about Su Ming the previous day, but now that they were about to start the ritual, his opponents suddenly counterattacked. Su Ming fell silent and did not speak. Zhou Yu was stomping towards him. His body was incredibly tall, and his height far surpassed a normal person. As he came forward, it gave people the feeling of a small hill pressing down upon them. His ugly and ferocious face coupled with the blood veins in his body expanding turned into a great pressure. The fog in the mountain was dyed red under that flashing red light. Compared to him, Su Ming, who was frail to begin with, was far too different in height compared to the man, even with the black robes concealing his body. The two of them standing together would give people the feeling that the battle was unfair. "How dare you steal my place? Die!" With a low growl, Zhou Yu took one huge step forward and leapt at his opponent. He raised his right fist and banging sounds came from within his body as if his bones were clashing against each other. A shocking force erupted from his body. As he rapidly closed in on Su Ming, he threw a punch forward with a ferocious laugh. He had prepared this punch for an entire night to make sure that the moment his opponent was struck, he would have no room to counterattack. His body would explode, his flesh and blood would scatter, and Zhou Yu would enjoy the feeling of this person bursting apart under his fist. In his experience, there were far too many people who died under his great strength. This frail-looking person before him would be the same. In fact, to prevent any accidents from happening, Zhou Yu used his full strength the moment he struck. Behind him, a gigantic illusion appeared. This illusion was that of a black ape roaring soundlessly, charging towards Su Ming along with Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu has become stronger again. The eyes of the man surrounded in the circle flashed, and his expression became solemn. The old man beside him had a similar grave expression on his face. As he looked at Zhou Yu charging forth with that ferocious laugh, a pensive look on his face. The head of the guards from Tranquil East, the middle-aged man in red robes, looked towards the two fighters coldly. He did not think Zhou Yu had the ability to kill Mo Su with one punch, but in his mind, Mo Su would still struggle to avoid the attack. He would let this person know that in Tranquil East tribe, besides the elder, no one, including the tribe leader, could make the sole decision. The chief of battle beside him, the short man who was still smiling, had a different thought compared to the man in red robes. He did not have any intention to stop Zhou Yu. He could not grasp the true level of this mysterious person called Mo Su and hence wanted to use this chance to gauge his true ability. All of them harbored different thoughts. Even the people who remained silent looked over. Yet the moment Zhou Yu closed in on Su Ming, something shocking happened. Not only did Su Ming not avoid the punch, he firmly took one step forward and shortened the distance between him and Zhou Yu. The moment Zhou Yu's fist rushed towards him filled with killing intent while the man laughed maniacally, fully intent on enjoying the instant Su Ming's flesh and blood exploded, Su Ming lifted his right hand and hurled his fist against Zhou Yu's. A gigantic boom erupted forth. Zhou Yu's body descended down from midair, while Su Ming, in his black robes and black mask, stood his ground, his clenched right fist in opposition to Zhou Yu's punch. Rumbling sounds resounded instantly. Zhou Yu saw blood, but that blood came from his own body. His right hand exploded, and he screamed in pain. His ferociousness turned into bafflement and his vicious laughter turned into fear. His face was aghast. He could clearly feel a fierce presence coming from Su Ming's fist. That presence was like a force effortlessly rushing up his right hand, as if it was splitting apart a bamboo. Once it shattered his entire right arm, that force rushed into his body. The moment the force spread out, his legs lost all sense, his left arm and his entire body seemed to have disappeared. His vision was filled with red, and within that red, he saw Su Ming pulling back his right hand to sweep the black robes on his body. This was the last scene he saw. After that, everything in his world froze forever. The breathing of the two guests surrounded by the people immediately turned rapid, their eyes going wide. What happened just now was too quick for them. In an instant, Zhou Yu's gigantic body crumbled inch by inch before the stranger, and a living person was gone just like that. This frightening sight made them sink into disbelief, and their gazes towards Su Ming became respectful instantly. He did not dodge, but chose to return the attack with a punch, and he even crushed Zhou Yu's body. He did not use a lot of chi, nor did his footing change. It's clear that killing Zhou Yu is nothing to him. No matter the place, powerful berserkers were respected. At this moment, Su Ming obtained this respect with his actions. A flash appeared in the eyes of the tribe leader of Tranquil East. A smile slowly lifted the corners of his lips, but he was also shocked. He knew that Zhou Yu had the blood of the remnants of Towering Mountain tribe, and he had great strength. He might have only had around 700 blood veins, but with his natural strength, it was still a relatively difficult task for those with more blood veins to win against him. More importantly, Su Ming only used one punch. The pupils of head of the guards from Tranquil East shrank. He felt as if he had just been humiliated in public. He hadn't expected that Zhou Yu would not even be able to handle a single punch from his opponent. He believed that even if he could withstand Zhou Yu's punch and fight back, at most, he could only force Zhou Yu back, he could not instantly kill him. The smile on the awakened chief of Bottle's lips beside him instantly froze. His pupils shrank, and a serious expression appeared on his face. His power was at the awakening realm. He could see some things that other people missed. Fine control, and a power that belongs to a berserker vessel, this person. The chief of Bottle's eyes shone, but he gave up on the idea of trying to understand the stranger's strength. Su Ming dusted his robes, and he looked at the red-robed head of the guards of Tranquil East indifferently through the mask. The moment the man in red robes met Su Ming's gaze, a chill swept his heart. The moment he felt that, Su Ming abruptly bounded forward. He moved so quickly he closed the distance of less than 100 feet between them in an instant. Right before the eyes of the man in red robes, he disappeared. The man was momentarily stunned and knew that something terrible was about to happen. He quickly stood up, but the moment he did so, he froze, and his pupils shrank. He looked at Su Ming, who appeared before him at some unknown point of time, and who had his right index finger placed at the center of his brows. He could only see the mask on Su Ming's face. At that moment, he no longer found that mask hilarious. His heart was shaken, and a dumbfounded look appeared on his face. He was not the only one shocked. The awakened chief of battle was also taken aback. A glint appeared in his eyes, and he immediately circulated his chi. Mo Su, what are you doing? Even the tribe leader of Tranquil East was stunned, standing up quickly. He did not see how Su Ming had appeared before the head of the guards. The others were also astounded, and all their gazes were trained onto Su Ming. Su Ming's right index finger was on the center of the head of the guard's brows, whose face was currently pale. Su Ming's eyes were aloof as he looked at the person before him. Have I the right now? You. The heart of red-robed head of the guards from Tranquil East was currently trembling. He rarely felt such an incredible sense of danger, incoming death. The pressure exuded by Su Ming's finger made him feel as if his body and mind were about to crumble, giving him the false impression that he was facing the elder. The cold look in Su Ming's eyes also made him indubitably certain of the killing intent that would burst forth at the slightest provocation. You have the right. An old voice slowly traveled forth. The elder of Tranquil East opened his eyes for the first time and looked at Su Ming. Chapter 145, Him. There was a profound look in his eyes, which looked like the stars in the sky at night. The moment Su Ming met his gaze, a booming sound instantly resounded in his head, and he staggered a few steps backwards, allowing the head of the guards of Tranquil East to move forward quickly. Once he left Su Ming's control, he stood beside the elder of Tranquil East with a pale face. There was fear in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. All right, Mo Su, from now onwards, you are our guest in Tranquil East tribe. Fang Shen, give him the plate, the elder of Tranquil East said languidly and averted his gaze from Su Ming. Su Ming was stunned, but his gaze remained calm and collected. As Fang Shen looked at Mo Su, praise appeared in his eyes. When Su Ming killed Zhou Yu, he was only slightly shocked by the power within that punch, but he was not too surprised. Yet his speed made Fang Shen stunned. He could not even see Su Ming's body clearly. The pressure that came from that one finger especially made him reevaluate his new guest's power. The moment he heard the words, Fang Shen laughed boisterously and brought out a plate from his bosom. The plate was completely white, and there was a number on it 15. Just as he was about to hand the plate to Su Ming, the elder of Tranquil East suddenly lifted his right hand and grabbed at the air. The plate flew towards the elder and he seized it. The number 15 was erased with his left hand, and he carved a new number onto the plate. 3. The moment they saw the number, a barely unnoticeable glint appeared in the awakened chief of war's eyes. The tribe leader of Tranquil East simply smiled, but the people around them, especially the two guests, looked at Su Ming once again. Su Ming was slightly confused, but he had an inkling of what was going on. When he saw that no one was going to explain anything to him, he did not ask. He took the plate from the elder of Tranquil East's hands instead and put the plate away in his bosom. Kindred Mo, please come sit within the circle. We will now open the tunnel of Han Mountain and send the three of you inside, the elder of Tranquil East said without hurry, looking at Su Ming. The title of Kindred was a title given to the guests within a tribe as a sign of friendliness. Su Ming wrapped his fist around his palm as thanks and walked into the circle. The two guests quickly stood up and arranged themselves with Su Ming as the head. They only sat down once Su Ming did so. My three fellow kindred, we are not outsiders. Kindred Mo has just joined Tranquil East tribe, so there are some things he must know. Fang Shen, tell him. The elder of Tranquil East closed his eyes. Fang Shen nodded in agreement and swept his gaze across Su Ming and the others. His expression was grave as he spoke in a low tone. Brother Chen and Brother Dong Fang have some form of understanding towards the tunnel of Han Mountain, but Brother Mo's knowledge towards it should be limited. The tunnel of Han Mountain leads to the canyons under Han Mountain City. The area is quite big and there are a lot of strong seals within them. These seals will only be weakened when the fog of the day of eternal creation arrives. Centuries ago, Han Mountain City belonged to Han Mountain Tribe. This tunnel was built by Han Mountain Tribe, and the canyons are the grave of the Han Mountain's ancestor. The power of Han Mountain's ancestor is shocking. I believe all of you should have heard of it before. Laugh all you want, but Tranquil East Tribe was once affiliated to Han Mountain Tribe. We may now be the rulers of Han Mountain, but we have yet to fully explore the ancestor's grave. This has to do with the seal and the short amount of time we are allowed in there. More importantly, the people of Tranquil East, Lake of Colors, and Puchiang are affected by the seal inside and our powers are limited. Every single time we enter, only one of our own may enter from each tribe. If two of us enter, one of us will definitely die on the spot. Yet if outsiders without the blood of the three tribes enter, they will not have this limitation. This is the reason why Tranquil East Tribe is taking in so many guests. Over the years, many guests have entered the place. Some have died, and some have found serendipities for them to increase their power. A person's life and death is governed by his destiny, just as the heavens decide whether a person should be rich or poor. You are all guests in Tranquil East Tribe. We provide for all of you, and we also give you this chance. Everything that you obtain within, we will not interfere with, but there are two rules you must adhere to. 1. You must obtain at least one of the items from the list we will give you. If you can bring more of it, then we will reward you greatly. The approximate locations of these items are recorded on the bamboo slip. Choose one on your own. As Fang Shen spoke, the people by his side brought out 3 pieces of bamboo slips and handed them to Su Ming and the other 2. 2. This place is, after all, the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. There are 2 seals inside. One of them is weakened due to the fog that comes during the day of eternal creation, which allows you all to enter the place, but the second seal is located right at the center of the canyons, and there is a tomb there. There are 3 towers outside the tomb. The White Tower belongs to Tranquil East Tribe. You can go there and insert all your chi into the tower. You do not need to worry about danger after you insert your chi. Once you do it, you will be absorbed into the tower and transported back. Tranquil East Tribe won't do anything that harms you. After all, this is something that will continue on for some time. Once we break the rules, no one will be willing to help us anymore. There are only 2 rules. As for the rest, everything that you obtain and the serendipities you gain lie with your fate. I can tell you that there are a lot of burial items belonging to Han Mountain's ancestor scattered in the canyons. Whether or not you can obtain them depends on your luck, Fang Shen said sternly in a low voice. You are the 3rd batch of people who will enter the canyons. With our agreement made with the other 2 tribes, we can only send 10 guests into the canyons every single time we open the tunnel. A few more people will enter the place after you a few days later. The danger in the canyon stems not only from the seal on you that limits your power, but also from the other 2 tribes. Take care of yourselves. Fang Shen cast a look at Su Ming. He lifted his right hand, and 3 gentle balls of light flew out from his sleeve. There were 3 berserker vessels floating inside those balls of light. One of them was a gray, dried-up twig, one was a white bone blade with numerous soundlessly screaming souls of the wrong surrounding it, and the final one was a black whip. The whip was coiled together and looked like a poisonous snake. Tranquil East Tribe will reward all those who enter the tunnel of Han Mountain. These 3 items may only be counterfeit berserker vessels, but their might is great. Once the 3 of you have made your choice, we will open the tunnel and send you into the canyons. While speaking, Fang Shen glanced at Su Ming once again. The black mask on Su Ming's face allowed no one to see his expression as he sat in his spot. They could only see the cold look in his eyes. The other 2 people beside him hesitated for a moment before the old man smiled and wrapped his fist around his palm before he saying, "Brother Mo, please choose first." "That's right, Brother Mo, please choose first." The other guest, the man whose surname was Chen, also spoke with a smile. "If that's the case, then I thank you." Su Ming lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the whip that looked like a poisonous snake. The whip immediately shuddered and charged towards Su Ming, coiling around his right hand as it let out faint waves of heat. Once the old man and the man named Chen chose their vessels, the elder of Tranquil East opened his eyes and lifted his hands before slamming them down on the ground. At the same time, the other people did the same thing. Even the head of the guards of Tranquil East, who had grown fearful of Su Ming, returned to his post and took a deep breath before slamming his hands against the ground. Once everyone pressed their hands to the ground, the entire mountain immediately trembled and gusts of white mist came out, charging towards them. In an instant, the stage at the top of the mountain was surrounded. When Su Ming focused his gaze on the white mist, he saw that it was quickly gathering up before a large bundle of it abruptly turned into a gigantic statue of the god of berserkers. The statue of the god of berserkers was around 1,000 feet tall, and it floated in the air. It was not in the shape of a person, but a gigantic bull. On its horns were 2 bells. One of them was black, and the other white. As it materialized and moved, bell chimes echoed in the air. The moment the white bull appeared, the tribe members of Tranquil East Tribe knelt down on the ground and worshipped the bull in the sky. Mumbling sounds also spread through the air. Kang Lan knelt on one knee on the ground among the crowd when she lifted her head and looked at the white bull. She knew that this was one of the 4 statues of the god of berserkers of their tribe, Heaven Bull. Even if she had become a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan and saw the many statues of god of berserkers within the great tribe of Freezing Sky, she was still respectful towards the statues within her own tribe. Yet at that moment, besides the respect she had towards this statue of the god of berserkers, she also had a complicated and pitiful feeling towards Su Ming when she saw him performing the ritual at the top of the mountain. You forgot your own memories, or perhaps, someone erased them. A shudder ran through Kang Lan's body. She remembered what she saw and her face became pale once again. The people of Tranquil East Tribe who were on the mountain were not the only ones worshipping. All the people from the various mountains belonging to the tribes in the territory of Tranquil East Tribe walked towards the bull and worshipped it. The gigantic heaven bull lifted its head and let out a roar towards the heavens. A strong light immediately flashed at the top of the mountain where the elder of Tranquil East and the others were. The light lasted for the span of a few breaths before gradually disappearing. Su Ming and the other two people disappeared with it. After a long while, the heaven bull turned back into a bundle of white mist, dissipating into the air, and everything returned to normal. On the stage at the top of the mountain, the 7 people, including the elder of Tranquil East, lifted their arms and remained silent. A few moments passed by before the white-haired elder of Tranquil East spoke with a hoarse voice. I know what all of you are suspecting. This person called Mo Su killed Zhou Yu with the power of the berserker vessel within him. Right till the end, I did not feel that he used any spirit stones. He should have no connection with the remnants of Han Mountain. As long as he doesn't have any connection with the remnants of Han Mountain, then it's fine. But this person's power is strange. He hasn't awakened, yet he already has an origin berserker vessel, the art of fine control that belongs to a berserker in the awakening realm, and his speed. The person who spoke was the chief of battle. He was baffled by what had happened. Kang Lan once said that this person might have reached the awakening realm before, but due to an accident, his level of cultivation fell, Fang Shen said calmly, interrupting the chief of battle's words. The chief of battle cast Fang Shen a look before he fell silent. Han Kang Zi's judgment is the same as mine. This person might very well be just as she said. Oh well, no matter where he came from, as long as he doesn't have any ulterior motives, we can let him stay. You can all leave now. The elder of Tranquil East spoke unhurriedly, a profound look in his eyes, as if there was an emotion hidden within that no one else knew about. The people obeyed and left. A person who caught Han Kang Zi's attention, besides him, another one appeared. I wonder if this Mo Su will be as astounding as he was. Also, I can feel his presence from this Mo Su. The elder of Tranquil East stood alone on the stage and mumbled as an enigmatic smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 146, Reencountering Zon Lun. On the day of eternal creation, fog covered the land of South Morning. It was thickest at the center of the land of South Morning and would spread outwards from that spot. The fog that spread out may be slightly thinner, but it would still cause a person's vision to be clouded. Han Mountain City was shrouded in fog. Those who stood at the top of the mountain city and looked down would not be able to see the canyons that were once visible. They would only see a sea of fog. In fact, if they looked at the fog for an extended period of time, they would sink into the false impression that they were stepping on it. Right underneath the mountain of Han Mountain City was a gigantic chamber. The chamber was about thousands of feet in size, but there were few who knew about it. Stacks of bonfire were burning dimly and quietly around the chamber, and they looked as if they would continue burning forever. It caused the place to flicker in various shades of light, giving the room an eerie feeling. Gullies covered the floor, forming a giant circular picture. That picture looked rather complex and had an aged feeling to it. It was clear that it had been there for a long time. The place was quiet. Besides the light crackling sounds coming from the burning fires, there were no other sounds. 3 tunnels could be seen connected to the walls of the chamber, looking like 3 silently gaping black mouths. At that moment, a white light suddenly flashed on the gigantic picture on the ground. The light became stronger, and in the span of a few breaths, the firelight in the room was overwhelmed, the entire chamber having been engulfed in white light. After a moment, when the white light reached its brightest, 3 human figures could be seen materializing as they gradually appeared within the light. When the 3 figures appeared, the light shining from the picture faded away, causing the chamber to fall into the darkness once again. Among the 3 figures was a man in his 30s. This man was the guest from Tranquil East Tribe by the name of Chen. His face was pale as he fell to his knees and began dry heaving, but nothing came out. Yet it was still clear by how his body trembled that the relocation process was incredibly harrowing. Beside him, While the old guest by the name of Dongfang may not have been dry heaving, his face was similarly pale. Sweat formed on his forehead and he stumbled a few steps forward to the borders of the picture on the ground. Once he did so, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Just as he was about to recover his breathing, he saw Su Ming. Su Ming stood at the center of the picture. Since he wore a black mask, no one could see his face. At that moment, he had his eyes closed while his heart raced against his chest. A strange red flush appeared on his face under the mask. Coincidentally, he opened his eyes at the very same moment the old man looked towards him. When their gazes met, the old man was stunned. In his eyes, Su Ming remained aloof, completely unaffected by the transportation, as if he did not suffer during the process of relocation. "Please recover your breathing, I will protect you," Su Ming said calmly. The old man immediately forced out a smile and after nodding towards Su Ming, he closed his eyes and started meditating. The man named Chen also struggled up to the old man's side with harsh pants and smiled wanly before starting to recover his breathing. Su Ming did not say a word. He walked out of the picture on the ground and stopped not too far away from his two companions. A pensive look appeared in his eyes as he observed the picture on the ground. The picture was incredibly complex, causing the people who look at it to feel mystified. "Brother Mo, your power is extraordinary to be able to withstand the pressure of the relocation. I'm impressed, thank you for protecting us." The picture was carved by the tribe members of Han Mountain Tribe with the will of Han Mountain's ancestor. There are few who know the details of its functions. After the three tribes conquered Han Mountain City, they used the power of their statues of the god of berserkers to modify it so that it became a relocation circle when the seal in the hidden grounds becomes weaker during the day of eternal creation, the old man explained after opening his eyes. "You're welcome. Since we're here, we'll have to take care of each other. I've only just become a guest of Tranquil East and there are many things I don't understand. I will need to trouble the two of you to explain things to me." Su Ming averted his gaze from the picture on the ground and looked at the old man. The old man looked at the man named Chen beside him. When he saw that he was still recovering his breathing and would be unable to recover within a short period of time, he wrapped his fist around his palm politely towards Su Ming, and with a smile, said, "I am Dong Fang Hua. Brother Mo, you may only have just become a guest in Tranquil East, but since the elder of Tranquil East gave you a plate with the number 3 on it, it's clear that the tribe places a lot of value on you. In the future, there might even be times where I have to trouble you." A plate with the number 3. Su Ming had made some guesses about it previously. Now that he heard the old man's words, he became even more certain of his theory. "That's right, Brother Mo, the numbers on the plates given to the guests in Tranquil East tribe are ranks based on our power." As Dong Fang Hua spoke, he brought out a plate from his bosom. "This number on this plate of mine is 7. It means that before me, there might be 6 other people whose power surpass mine." Dong Fang Hua pointed towards the man meditating beside him and said, "Brother Chen's number is 11, as for Zhou Yu, his number was 8. Then who was the one who had the plate numbered 3 before me?" Su Ming suddenly asked. "I'm not entirely sure. The people with the top 3 numbers don't usually mix with us." Dong Fang Hua laughed bitterly. "Brother Mo, I know some things about this." The man named Chen took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He got up and wrapped his fist around his palm as a salute to Su Ming before speaking in a low voice. "There aren't many guests in Tranquil East tribe, the number is maintained around 20-something guests. The person who had the plate numbered 3 before you should have died, and he most likely died here, or else the elder of Tranquil East wouldn't have modified the plate. The dangers and serendipity in this place coexist. The tribe leader of Tranquil East tribe did not lie to us. If we're lucky, then we may find serendipities here that cannot be found outside. This is also why we became guests and are willing to do things for Tranquil East. Brother Mo, it's best not to travel alone in this place. Once you're left behind and the guests from other tribes find you, it'll be dangerous." The man named Chen's facial parlor returned to normal and he looked at Su Ming as he spoke in a low tone. "All right, since Brother Chen has recovered, let's leave this place quickly. We're the 3rd batch of people who entered this place, but we don't know what has happened here. There should be guests from Tranquil East receiving us outside the tunnel." We have to meet up with them quickly. The third batch of people from Lake of Colors and Puxiang will be here soon as well. The three tribes are wary of each other, and that is why the guests from the three tribes are sent to locations close to each other. There might be a seal in the transfer circle that prevents the remnants of power from spreading out before we leave the tunnel, and the three tribes have prohibited us from fighting against each other to prevent accidents, but it's still best to avoid them. Dang Fanghua urged them forward. When the man named Chen heard it, he nodded his head and wrapped his fist around his palm towards Su Ming before briskly moving towards one of the tunnels that looked like a gaping mouth. Su Ming followed behind him quietly with Dong Fanghua at his side. At the very moment he and the other two were about to enter the tunnel, the picture on the ground in the chamber suddenly flashed brightly. Yet this time the light was not white, but dark. It illuminated the chamber in an instant. The expressions on Dong Fanghua and the man named Chen's faces changed. It's Puxiang tribe. Su Ming's pupils shrank and he looked over subtly. The dark light only lasted for a short moment, then quickly disappeared. In the chamber, three people appeared. The person leading the team wore purple robes and had a dark expression. He had his hands behind his back and looked incredibly relaxed. In an instant, his eyes fell upon Su Ming and the other two people. Once he swept his gaze past them, he gave Su Ming a scrutinizing look before letting out a cold harumph, no longer taking note of them. Zan Lun, the chief guest of Puxiang tribe. I didn't expect him to be in the third batch and not the first. Dong Fanghua and the man named Chen were both stunned and instinctively took a few steps backwards. Their gazes were respectful as they looked at Zan Lun. The two people behind Zan Lun both looked to be in their 40s. As of then, their faces were pale and they struggled out of the picture on the ground with Zan Lun, sitting down immediately to meditate once they reached the side. Zan Lun stood by the side with his hands behind his back, frustration evident from in between his brows. He had been searching for Hefeng and the man named Shu for a long time, but had no clues. His temper grew worse, and he would kill with just the slightest provocation. When he saw the three guests from Tranquil East tribe, he would have killed them if it were not for the wave of power that would be activated on the seal from the transportation circle if someone was killed. If any accidents happened, even he as the chief guest of Puxiang tribe would not be able to withstand it. Get lost, Zan Lun barked out harshly. Even if he was not looking at Su Ming and his two companions, they understood who it was meant for. Dong Fanghua and the man named Chen did not dare speak. They lowered their heads and quickly retreated. Su Ming was behind them. He was just about to leave with Dong Fanghua. Wait, I've seen all the guests of Tranquil East tribe before. Who are you? Take off your mask. Zan Lun pointed at Su Ming. Dong Fanghua's footsteps faltered, forcing the man named Chen to stop as well. Su Ming frowned, and Hefeng's alarmed voice immediately appeared in his head. Master, don't leave immediately. From what I understand about Zan Lun, he's not testing you. He's just throwing the question out of frustration. You can put on an arrogant air. He won't think too much into it if you do that. Su Ming's eyes flashed. He stopped and turned to meet Zan Lun's gaze with aloof eyes. If you want me to take off my mask, you'll have to win against me. Su Ming's words were spoken coolly. Once he finished speaking, he turned and walked into the tunnel. The hearts of Dong Fanghua and the man named Chen trembled when they heard Su Ming's words. They looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before quickly following after. Zan Lun's eyes shone when he heard the words. He laughed coldly, but did not speak again. However, the murderous look in his eyes became clearer. Su Ming and his two companions moved quickly through the tunnel. Dong Fanghua and the man named Chen widened the distance between them and Su Ming on the way. They had wanted to invite Su Ming to explore the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor, but after what happened with Zan Lun, they changed their minds. Not much time passed before they reached the end of the tunnel. There was a crack at the end of the tunnel, and dark light shone through it. The hidden grounds of Han Mountain City were outside. Dong Fanghua and the man named Chen were about to walk out when Su Ming's eyes glinted and he stopped. Brother Dong Fang, you said before that there would be guests from Tranquil East receiving and protecting us once we got out of the tunnel. Su Ming asked coolly. Chapter 147, That Starry Sky. That's right. This is an agreement made in Tranquil East tribe to avoid any accidents from happening. We'll all, Dong Fang Hua was stunned. As he was making his explanations, his pupils shrank and he looked carefully out of the crack. It was quiet outside, and it was clear that no one was there to receive them as per the agreement. Something's wrong. The man named Chen's face became dark, and he took a few steps forward before placing his right hand on the wall by the side of the crack. He closed his eyes and reopened them after a while. There's no ambush outside, but the guests that should be receiving us aren't here either. As he spoke, he channeled power into his right hand and dug out a mountain rock. Then he bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood on the rock before throwing it out of the crack. The moment the rock crashed on the wall, it turned into a silhouette who looked exactly the same as the man named Chen. It went out of the crack cautiously and walked around before it returned. There's no ambush lying around, but why aren't they here? The man named Chen looked at Dong Fang Hua while speaking in a low tone. Wait a bit more. Dong Fang Hua frowned as he looked at the silhouette formed by the berserker art outside the crack. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the silhouette loitering outside turned into blood mist and became a piece of rock once more. Su Ming saw this, and became cautious of the man named Chen. Brother Mo, Brother Chen, there's something wrong. When we go out later, it's best that we don't separate from each other. We have to rush northwest. I remember that place to be Tranquil East Tribe's gathering place. There was a hint of alarm on Dong Fang Hua's face when he hissed out the words. When he saw Su Ming and the man named Chen nodding, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth before charging out. The man named Chen followed suit with Su Ming behind him. The three men charged out of the crack, and a gust of wind with the smell of blood rushed towards them, lifting Su Ming's hair. The area was dark with a thin layer of mist, but otherwise empty and desolate. Black mist rose from the ground and gathered in the sky above. Dong Fang Hua and the man named Chen turned into long arcs as they dashed northwest. Su Ming originally wanted to follow, but the moment he charged out, he instinctively looked at the sky in this place. The moment he did so, he suddenly trembled, and the calmness and aloofness in his eyes were instantly replaced by shock. He stopped. Brother Mo. The man named Chen running ahead was stunned and turned back to look at Su Ming. Don't bother about him. Something must have happened here, we can't stay. Dong Fang Hua quickly spoke, and without any hint of stopping, he ran ahead. The man named Chen hesitated for a moment before hastily leaving as well. Gradually, these two people disappeared ahead without a trace. Su Ming stood where he was, dumbfounded as he looked at the stars in the sky. Even if He Feng was calling out to him in alarm in his head, he did not seem to hear his voice. It was as if he had forgotten about everything around him. As he looked at the stars in the sky, bafflement filled his eyes. He had gone through the devastation in Dark Mountain, the feelings of disorientation in the land of South Morning, the loneliness in the past few years, and the things that had happened with He Feng. All of them had made him used to staying calm, familiarizing him with indifference and keeping his silence. Although such an expression of shock might not be rare on him, it was still uncommon. He was also currently in the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. In a place filled with danger, his mind became blank for a span of a few breaths due to shock. He looked at the sky. It might have been shrouded by fog, but his eyes could see through it into the stars glimmering in the black sky. If it were not because the four man-made cracks in the sky which made the fog continue slipping through, Su Ming would have not been unable to differentiate whether the starry sky was real or fake. It's fake, Su Ming mumbled. He looked at the four cracks. Their existence told him clearly that the starry sky was fake and created by man. It did not exist. But he had seen this piece of starry sky before. Su Ming, remember this sky. The elder's voice echoed in Su Ming's head like a desolate wind. He stood there, unmoving, as his face filled with bafflement. He looked at the sky and his eyes became blank. The area was quiet, but there was a voice mumbling in his heart. Why did the sky the elder told me to remember appeared in this place? Why do his treasures incite feelings of familiarity within me? Why couldn't He Feng take out that treasure, but when it saw me, it fused into my body? Why did the sword open a path of flesh and blood once it entered my body? This path of blood also gave me a feeling like it had originally existed within me, but was sealed up. Why does the red meadow of Han Mountain's ancestor absorb other people's chi when they use it, but is completely different when I use it? Why, Han Mountain's ancestor, where did you come from? Did you come from the place where this piece of starry sky belongs? Then where did I come from? The voice in Su Ming's heart eventually turned into a roar, but it was only in his heart and no one else could hear it. They would only be able to see that he was standing stunned outside the crack, as if he'd lost his soul while looking at the sky, with a dumbfounded expression. Thousands of feet away from Su Ming was a small hill. There were two people sitting cross-legged there. One of them was an old man in black robes. His eyes flashed when he pressed two fingers on his right eye. From the three people of Tranquil East Tribe, Dong Fanghua and Chen Nuo are heading northwest, most likely to Tranquil East Tribe's gathering place. We don't have to bother about those two. If they go there, they're just rushing to their deaths. There's one person left. He's staring at the sky unmoving, like in a trance. His power is no more than 800 blood veins. I've never seen a person like this in the information provided about the guests of Tranquil East Tribe. If he doesn't even have 800 blood veins, then we can just take his head and get enough blood from him. Our tribe has been preparing for this for many years. It's impossible that Tranquil East Tribe took note and planned for it. This might be a new guest they took in. Lin Dong, attack, a man in his 40s said coolly. Do it quickly. We still have to ambush the gathering place of Pukchiang tribe. The moment the man in his 40s finished speaking, he closed his eyes. He was dressed in red robes, and the face of a woman loomed on his clothes. These type of clothes were only given to the tribe members of Lake of Colors tribe in Han Mountain City. It was clear that this man was a blood descendant of Lake of Colors tribe. The old man in black robes called Lin Dong nodded once he heard the words. He lowered his left hand from his right eye and stood up, then dashed forward so quickly that he disappeared without a trace before long. Su Ming continued standing on the spot with a baffled look in his eyes. He had a strong feeling that there must be something in common between him and Han Mountain's ancestor that was incredibly similar. Yet it was as if there was a veil before him that obscured his view when he wanted to see clearly. He could only make guesses regarding everything about this. I have to go to his tomb, I have to see him. Su Ming closed his eyes and lifted his right hand abruptly before slamming it down on an empty space beside him. There was a muffled boom, and ripples immediately appeared in the space beside him. An old man in black robes materialized with a pale face. Once he showed up, blood flowed out of his mouth. There might have been shock in his eyes, but he did not retreat. He seized the air with his right hand and immediately black mist surrounded his hand, turning into a black claw, which he swiped at Su Ming. Su Ming might have still been in a baffled state, but the moment he stepped out of the crack, he had activated the branding art. Everything in the area of 2,000 feet could not escape from his senses, not even the grass moving in the wind. He had sensed the stranger the moment the old man in black robes appeared. Su Ming did not even look at the old man rushing towards him with the black claws. Instead, he lifted his head to look at the small hill not far in the distance. At the very moment he cast his gaze at the hilltop, fluorescent light suddenly flashed before the old man that was closing in on him at a fast speed. A fluorescent light appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the center of his brows, bringing with it a trail of blood that splattered behind the old man. The old man widened his eyes in disbelief. The light in his eyes faded out, and he fell 30 feet away from Su Ming. His body convulsed on the ground a few times before he lost his breath and died. This had happened too quickly. The man in red robes abruptly stood up on the hilltop. His expression changed, and shock appeared on his face. He did not pay too much attention to this fight because he knew Lin Dong's power well. He might only have 800 blood veins, but his berserker art was mysterious. He could make his body fade away and it would be difficult to notice him as he quietly approached other people. With this berserker art, Lin Dong had built a name for himself. Thus, the man in red robes did not expect Lin Dong to die so easily. He did not even manage to see the entire process clearly, only seeing the person staring at the sky in a trance hurling out a fist. Lin Dong might have been forced back after suffering that one punch, but he still continued trying to kill him, and at that moment, Lin Dong suddenly died. A shudder ran through the heart of the man in red robes. Coincidentally, the moment he stood up was the exact moment Su Ming turned his gaze in his direction. Their gazes met. Retreat. The man in red robes was taken aback. Su Ming at that moment was shrouded in mystery in his eyes. As a tribe member of Lake of Colors, he did not want to take the risk. As he spoke, he quickly withdrew and was just about to leave. Don't even think about it. Su Ming's eyes were cold and he bounded forward at full speed. He turned into a long arc that stuck close to the ground as he charged towards the hill. The moment he saw Su Ming's speed, the man in red robes was alarmed. The hill was 4,000 feet away from him, but as the masked man closed in, the distance between them rapidly closed up. Even if he wanted to escape, that person would still catch up to him before long. This person killed Lin Dong with ease. He must be a powerful berserker who hid his true power. I'm no match for him. A resolute look appeared on the face of the man in red robes as he retreated. He quickly brought out a palm-sized red box from his bosom. Once he crushed it, a spherical stone appeared in his palm. The stone was entirely red, and there were dense marks covering its surface, forming a complex picture. The moment the man brought out the stone, a strong red light appeared on the surface of the stone, which swiftly spread outwards. The man in red robes gradually faded out, and as he stared at Su Ming closing in on him, still 3,000 feet away, a cold smirk surfaced on his face. Lin Dong might have died, but we discovered another powerful berserker in Tranquil East Tribe. We can consider this mission a success. You want to kill me? HMPH. Chapter 148. Within Sight. Relocation. He Feng's sharp voice resounded in Su Ming's head with disbelief. Su Ming did not make a sound. He continued closing in on the man in red robes. He had already seen the red stone in his right hand and the person's body fading out rapidly, even the cold smirk on his lips. 3,000 feet, 2,700 feet, 2,400 feet. The moment there was only 2,000 feet between them, half of the man's body had faded away, and he had become so indistinct that there was just a moment before he would disappear completely under the bright red light. Su Ming then lifted his head and a chilliness entered his eyes. He was never weak-hearted towards those who wanted to kill him. This was what the elder had taught him. He must kill all of those who posed a danger to him. If a beast showed its fangs and threatened him, then it must pay the price. When there was only 2,000 feet between them, the mark of the small sword at the center of Su Ming's brows activated and turned into a ray of fluorescent light that could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. With a sharp whistling sound, it charged towards the man in red robes. The man was already almost completely transparent. The red light was flashing brightly as it enveloped his body. Disdain appeared in his eyes, and he closed them. In his mind, when he reopened his eyes, he would not see the man who killed Lin Dong, but the people of his tribe. Yet at the very instant he closed his eyes, a shudder racked through his body. He opened his eyes quickly to see a small fluorescent sword closed in on him, cutting across his transparent body. A sharp and pained scream ran through the air, and the man's body was split in half. His upper was transported out of the place under the flashing red light, but his lower body was sliced in half by the small fluorescent sword, forcefully made to stay here. Blood splattered everywhere. Half of the body of the man in red robes fell to the ground. The red light gradually faded away and the surroundings returned to normal. The only proof of what had just happened was the body sliced in half lying on the ground. Su Ming came forward and swept his gaze across the body. He Feng, what did you say? There was a hint of fatigue on Su Ming's face. The power of the small fluorescent sword was too great, and the price to use it was just as great. Su Ming had almost used up a seventh of the spirit power stored within the path of blood when he activated the sword. Yet Su Ming could feel that the spiritual aura that could be absorbed in this place was much thicker compared to the world outside, which allowed him to recover much more quickly. It made his desire to see Han Mountain's ancestor even stronger. Master, the man in red robes just now was a tribe member from Lake of Colors. He's definitely not a guest. I don't know what was that stone he held just now, but it's definitely used for relocation. The markings carved onto the stone should be a relocation rune. It's just like how you were sent in with the power of the statue of the god of berserkers. But Tranquil East Tribe needs the help of the statue, and they must use the relocation rune in the tunnel. It's a forced relocation. But the person from Lake of Colors was different. He held a smaller relocation rune in his hand, and with that, he can use that stone to relocate himself anytime he wanted. He would be able to reappear in a few set locations in Lake of Colors tribe. This proves that Lake of Colors tribe has discovered the essence of relocation. He Feng had already calmed down and was analyzing the situation in detail for Su Ming. Not even Han Mountain tribe had been able to fully understand the framework of the relocation rune left by the ancestor. We could only use what was left behind and could not make new ones. Lake of Colors tribe took away a jade scroll. There are some arts my ancestor used in there. It also has some records regarding the changes and placements of the relocation rune. Lake of Colors tribe must have obtained a great breakthrough in their research. Master, this trip is dangerous. The guests from Tranquil East tribe did not come as promised. Something must have happened to them when they were here. You mustn't go. Dong Fanghua and the man named Chen must have fallen into their trap since they left as well. As He Feng continued with his analysis, his words came out faster and faster. Su Ming fell into momentary silence before he suddenly spoke. You once said that when the people of the three tribes come here, they will face a great pressure because they are the slave tribes of Han Mountain. A thought arose in He Feng's mind and he immediately said, Master, I understand what you mean. Lake of Colors tribe must have an incredibly wild ambition this time. They must have sent a lot of people from their tribe. Besides their guests, most of them are definitely the people of their tribe. I may have never seen the man in red robes, but I could feel that the limitation on him wasn't great. If that's the case, could it be that Lake of Colors tribe has found a way to counter the limit? It should be a temporary resistance. Su Ming's eyes fell on the broken corpse of the man in red robes. The corpse was gradually withering away with cracking sounds. The bones were being crushed in a strange fashion, more of the cracks appearing as time passed. As the body withered, wisps of black mist spread out. This time, Lake of Colors tribe will definitely take great action. They might really have enough power this time to open the path to my ancestors' tomb that they've never managed to crack before, and all right under Tranquil East tribe and Pukchiang tribe's eyes. He Feng mumbled. He Feng must have thought of something, since he immediately said, the situation in Han Mountain City is about to change. Master, we have to stop this. Yet the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Su Ming left the place and went towards the corpse of the old man in black robes. Once he got closer, he fumbled through the body and found a few items, which he put away in his storage bag. He did not bother with He Feng. Master, when He Feng saw Su Ming's actions, the thoughts in his heart grew lively. I won't stop Lake of Colors tribe, nor do I have the ability to do so. Su Ming stood beside the corpse of the old man in black robes and spread out the branding art in an area of 1,000 feet before walking into the distance. But Master, if Lake of Colors tribe opens the tomb of the ancestor, they will become the masters of Han Mountain City, and your safety will be affected, also. Su Ming looked around silently. The hidden grounds underneath Han Mountain City seemed to be formed naturally. It was dark all around them, and there were multiple barren hills that rose up from the ground. There was also fog everywhere, creating a gloomy atmosphere within the silence. Besides, it's unknown why Lake of Colors tribe wants to enter the tomb of the ancestor. But once they obtain the ancestor's legacy, their power will definitely increase exponentially. Still, I think those treasures should belong to you. Master, you've already obtained the Virescent sword and the beast skin. With my help, within a few years, we could enter the ancestor's tomb alone. He Feng had no choice. His heart was filled with anxiety, and he could only place his hopes on Su Ming, praying that he could persuade him. He Feng, what else are you hiding from me? Su Ming asked calmly while walking forward. The moment his words left his mouth, He Feng immediately swallowed his original words. Master, I'm not hiding anything from you. I'm worried about the goal of Lake of Colors tribe. If they obtain the legacy of the ancestor. He Feng was just about to explain when he was cut off. You don't know the goal of Lake of Colors tribe. Are you sure you don't know the goals of the tribes of Lake of Colors, Pukchiang, and Tranquil East? Su Ming's speed was incredibly quick. While speaking, he had already arrived at the top of one of the barren hills. He stood there and felt the melancholy breeze against him as he looked into the distance. There were a lot of barren hills in this place, and as they rose from the ground, a large number of valleys were also formed. Su Ming saw a plain surrounded by multiple valleys as far as his eyes could see. The plains were a land filled with sand. There was a sandstorm stirring up that connected the heavens and earth. Deep within the sandstorm, Su Ming could see the vague contours of a gigantic building. It seemed quite far away, and if he walked there, he would find that the place was located even further away than what it looked like. At the moment, at the end of where Su Ming could see, he could vaguely glimpse 3 stone altars nearly 1,000 feet tall, built around the gigantic building deep within the sandstorm. The 3 altars were built far apart from each other, and their colors were clearly different from each other as well. They were black, red, and white respectively. Behind the gigantic building was the red stone altar. Right now, there were dozens of people in red robes sitting on top of the altar. The differences in their status could also be seen by how they seated themselves around each other. The one sitting at the top of the circle was a young married woman who looked incredibly pretty. Her eyes were closed and her hair danced in the air. There was a red mole at the corner of her lips, causing this woman to have a charming air around her. If anyone looked at the woman, they would recognize that her face was almost exactly the same as the looming face in the red mist surrounding Lake of Colors tribe. This woman was the owner of the voice Su Ming had heard a few years ago in Han Mountain City and whose face he did not manage to see. She was the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe Zan Lun spoke of, Yan Luan. Behind Yan Luan were 2 people. One of them was Yan Feizi. This woman was also wearing a red robe at the moment, but there was still a veil covering her face, the icy expression. Beside her was a man. He did not seem to have reached his 30s and had a dignified air around him. He was built big and tall, and when he occasionally looked at Han Feizi by his side, a loving look that could not be concealed would appear in his eyes. These people sat on the altar quietly, as if they were waiting for time to pass by. Yet at that moment, red light suddenly gathered on the altar. When the people looked over, a shrill cry resounded out of nowhere, and as it echoed around the altar, a blurred outline of a person formed. This person only had his upper body as he quickly materialized from a faded-out state. When his body became clear, the person who appeared before the crowd was the man in red robes who was sliced in half by Su Ming. The man's face was pale, and when he appeared, he fell to the ground, trembling. There was no trace of his body below the waist. Only half of his body remained, and his life was rapidly disappearing. His mouth was filled with blood. He opened it, as if wanting to say something, but could not make a sound. His appearance made most of the expressions of the people in Lake of Colors tribe change, including Han Feizi's. Yan Luan, the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe, focused her gaze on the man in red robes and pointed towards him. Immediately, a gust of red mist charged forward and crawled in through the man's ears, eyes, nose, and mouth, causing him to immediately regain some liveliness. Tribe leader, Tranquil East tribe has a new guest. That person killed Lin Dong instantly. The man in red robes only managed to utter out a sentence before his face became dark. The blood flowing out of his body instantly gathered together and flew out of the body. It floated in midair for a second, then turned into a figure of a person made of blood. The features of the man of blood were very clear. It was Su Ming with his mask on. Chapter 149. Han Mountain's ancestor is not dead. Tribe leader, it's him. Take revenge for me. The moment the man in red robes let out his final sentence, he fell to the ground dead, unable to hold on any longer. His corpse quickly withered and turned into ashes that were swept away by the wind blowing around the altar. I will take revenge for you. Yan Luan looked at Su Ming's figure formed from the man's blood floating in the air and nodded her head. Han Feizi frowned as she focused her gaze on the person. There was something familiar about him, but she could not tell where that feeling came from. Tribe leader, let me handle this person. He killed my people, I will bring him here, Han Feizi said softly with her usual cold voice. All right, but you will only have 2 days. Don't be late. The married woman smiled faintly and tucked away her hair that were being blown by the wind as she spoke softly. Her actions held an indescribable allure, causing the tall man beside Han Feizi to stare at her, but he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at her any longer. Yan Guang, go with her. If this new guest in Tranquil East can instantly kill Lin Dong, then it means he must have some power. Yan Luan turned her back and looked at the man who had his head lowered. She lifted her right hand and caressed his face. A shiver ran through Yan Guang's body, and he quickly stood up, obeying. Go. The man of blood will guide you to him. Su Ming looked at the sandstorm and the blurred-out gigantic building in the distance. He might not be able to see the building clearly, only its faint contours, but he could feel a strong pressure coming from within the sandstorm. He lifted his right hand and tapped at the area above his heart. Immediately, his flesh and body began trembling and a dim mist was forced out of his body. It turned into a small person the size of his palm. It was He Feng. You don't know. Su Ming averted his eyes from the sandstorm and looked at He Feng. His eyes were not bright, but when his gaze fell on He Feng, it made the little person's heart tremble. He knew that he had been too anxious and in turn had caused Su Ming to be suspicious. He also no longer looked down on Su Ming after the things that had happened to him. At the same time he grew to respect him, having a feeling that he was seen through as the other's intelligence grew. I really don't. He Feng started to answer cautiously, but he only managed to utter half of his sentence. Under Su Ming's calm gaze, he found that he could not continue with his sentence. The goal of Lake of Colors tribe might perhaps be the legacy left behind by your ancestor from Han Mountain tribe, but they're aiming to dissolve the brand of the slave tribes. Puxiang tribe and Tranquil East tribe have opened the tunnel of the canyons over the centuries without any care of consequences for this as well. I can understand if the others don't know about this, but if you don't. Su Ming smiled, but in He Feng's eyes that smile was cold. Master, you have great vision and intelligence. These were just my guesses. About that, because I wasn't sure, that's why I didn't say it. He Feng licked his lips. Understanding and respect appeared on his face as he looked at Su Ming and quickly spoke. Su Ming looked at He Feng. He had never seen He Feng speaking this way and putting on this sort of expression before. He Feng blinked nervously under Su Ming's gaze. He was just about to speak. I know what you're hiding, Su Ming suddenly said, and his words made He Feng's heart tremble. Su Ming averted his gaze from He Feng's body. He looked at the sand plains surrounded by the valleys in the distance and at the building that was shrouded by the sandstorm that connected the heaven and earth. He could not hear the sounds from the sandstorm from where he stood, but he could feel the shocking power coming from within it. I'm not hiding anything from you, please don't be suspicious of me. I'm really not hiding anything from you. I've already told you everything that I could. My life is also in your hands, I wouldn't dare hide anything from you. Besides, Master, you're intelligent and powerful, you can see through my thoughts with just one glance, I wouldn't dare. He Feng immediately laughed bitterly, but he was laughing coldly in his heart, thinking that he had seen everything in his years. There was no way he would fall for Mo Su's lie. Han Mountain's ancestor is not dead, Mo Su mumbled while looking at the building in the sandstorm. He Feng's heart trembled violently. He wanted to originally hide this fact, but Su Ming's words were like a bolt of lightning striking down on him, causing everything that he had been hiding to completely crumble, revealing the true secret that he had been hiding within his heart. This secret was his everything. It was his most important secret, and Su Ming had just mumbled it out. More importantly, Su Ming did not speak as if he was asking a question, he did not even ask He Feng, he was simply talking to himself. Master, are you joking? How could this be? He Feng took a deep breath. His expression might have changed drastically, but this was not proof of his guilt. He could use disbelief to cover for himself. How could the ancestor not have died? If the ancestor hasn't died, then how would the three tribes dare to rebel? If the ancestor hasn't died, then the three tribes would be in a state of fear and wouldn't dare to stay in Han Mountain City. Disbelief filled He Feng's face. When he saw that Su Ming was not paying any attention to him and had his eyes fixed on the building within the sandstorm in the distance, he knew that Su Ming knew that place was the tomb of the ancestor. I got it, Master, you must be thinking that the three tribes are still slave tribes and are still affected by the limits set on them, that's why you think the ancestor hasn't died. If that's the case, you're wrong. I know from the ancient scrolls that the ancestor took the blood from the three tribes and gathered it on the 3 stone altars in the past. If the stone altars aren't shattered, then the three tribes will forever remain as slaves. The 3 altars are connected to the ancestor. If the ancestor hasn't died, then with just one thought, he could cause the destruction of all the blood descendants of the three tribes. How could they still be around as that was the case? A baffled look appeared on He Feng's face and he quickly explained, though with a certain hesitation, as if he was making his explanations while thinking at the same time. He did not reject Su Ming's words immediately, but through his words, he was hinting that he was thinking and analyzing the possibility of whether this could be true. He Feng, I can feel his presence, Su Ming said slowly, eyes closed. He did not lie to He Feng. As he stood there and looked towards the building in the sandstorm, he could feel a thick spiritual aura coming from inside it. He would not have been able to sense that spiritual aura before the path of blood in his body was formed, but right now, he could sense it clearly. The small virescent sword in his body was also acting slightly differently. The spiritual aura flowed out powerfully, and it was filled with endless signs of life. This was definitely not a tomb. His words made He Feng's heart tremble once again, and the latter fell silent. Just how long are you going to hide it from me? Su Ming opened his eyes and within them was indifference and killing intent. He stared at He Feng floating before him and closed in on him with a step. He Feng trembled and was just about to retreat when a virescent light flashed and the small sword flew out of the center of Su Ming's brows. It circled around He Feng once, which not only prevented him from retreating, but also stopped him from moving in any direction as it froze with its tip pointing at his forehead. Cold air blasted out from the sword and threw He Feng's mind into a state of chaos. Under the fear caused by the might of the sword, he slowly began to laugh bitterly. Master, you have great vision. I was too anxious, and I gave my game away. Indeed, the ancestor is not dead. He Feng's expression was complicated as he spoke bitterly in a low voice. This is the greatest secret of Han Mountain tribe. An accident happened to my ancestor when he was training, hence he built this tomb and isolated himself inside. He once said that if he could egress within 100 years, then it meant that he reached a breakthrough, but if he did not, then we, his descendants, were not allowed to bother him. As time passed by, rumors that the ancestor died gradually spread. Once the three tribes prodded this a few times, they suppressed the limit of the slave tribes placed on them with the help of outsiders and took over Han Mountain tribe. Yet even then they could not tell whether the ancestor had died. Over the centuries, they've opened the tunnel to the canyons multiple times to indeed get rid of the brand of the slave tribes, but they also wanted to check whether the ancestor was truly dead. I've been investigating in secret behind the three tribes' back, and I found traces of Freezing Sky Clan helping them. I believe that Freezing Sky Clan helped during the rebellion in the past as well. Since the three tribes are controlled by three different factions in Freezing Sky Clan, it's only natural that they're hostile to each other. This time, Lake of Colors tribe has mastered the relocation art, and their ambition grew. If they could open the ancestor's isolation grounds, it would be fine if the ancestor had truly died, but if he had not. When He Feng spoke to this point, his expression fell and he paused. If Han Mountain's ancestor hasn't died, then with Lake of Colors tribe's actions this time, the power in Freezing Sky Clan behind would definitely also learn about it. And if that's the case, then they will appear and kill Han Mountain's ancestor, Su Ming stated languidly. He Feng silently agreed to his words. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Su Ming as if he made his decision and spoke in a low tone. Master, I have a method with which you can enter the ancestor's isolation grounds without needing to break the seals. If you can go in earlier, perhaps you can gain more benefits than Lake of Colors tribe. Su Ming's gaze landed on He Feng. He did not speak. Fang Mu's aunt, Fang Kang Lan, is a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan. If she can return at this moment to Tranquil East tribe, then the power behind Han Feizi and Lake of Colors tribe can also send people here. No wonder Han Feizi asked to defer even though she could already enter Freezing Sky Clan. It's highly likely that it's related to this place. A pensive look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He looked at the obscure building in the plains surrounded by the numerous valleys. He took one move, but he did not move towards the plains in the distance, but rather to his left instead. A change will definitely happen in this place. If I go to the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor too early, it'll cause a lot of trouble, even if Han Mountain's ancestor really hasn't died. the subsequent moves that will be taken by Lake of Colors tribe against me for entering the place will be difficult to handle enough by themselves, and that's not accounting for the troublesome fact that I'll have to explain that I didn't enslave the 3 tribes. It's better if I search for Sky Flute Branch first and gather all the herbs necessary to create spirit plunder before making my decision. Su Ming fell silent and spread out the brand to an area of 2,000 feet, then disappeared into the mountain range. Time passed by. An hour later, a white cloud appeared within the fog in the sky, whistling past. Han Feizi had her face covered with the veil, but her eyes held an air of elegance and lightness. Behind her was the tall man called Yan Guang. Before them was a person of blood, their guide. Han Feizi lifted her hand and pointed at the person of blood with her eyes closed. After a moment, she opened her eyes and spoke coolly. This person stopped here an hour ago. Chapter 150, Pursuit. The area surrounding the place, which may be the grave or the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor, could be said to be hidden hundreds of thousands of feet in the deep canyons under Han Mountain City, but it could also be said to be connected to the city with a secret tunnel. It was a strange dimension that was created by people. This place was not too big, but if someone wanted to travel through this entire place, they would still need at least 10 days even if they traveled with Su Ming's speed. This place was covered by mountain ranges, but it was not too humid. The air was incredibly dry, but there was an extremely thick spiritual aura within it that normal people would not be able to feel clearly. This spiritual aura enveloped the entire place, and Su Ming could feel it tumbling around like waves in the air. As for the others in this place, they would feel refreshed to the point they could almost forget their fatigue. Perhaps it was precisely because of the spiritual aura in the air why there were a lot of plants growing in the mountain ranges. These plants also seemed to be more spirited and livelier compared to the plants in the world outside. There were even some precious herbs here that would be difficult to find in the world outside. The locations of some of the precious herbs were stated clearly in the list that was given to every guest in Tranquil East Tribe, and the map of the place was also drawn alongside the list. This map, it would prevent people from getting lost in the place. Su Ming held the bamboo slip given to him by Tranquil East Tribe and memorized everything drawn on the slip in his heart. Then he dashed forward cautiously along the mountain ranges. As he traveled, Su Ming spread out the brand and kept an eye out on all the movements in the area. He knew clearly that something had happened in this place and he might run into danger at any moment. This danger came from Lake of Colors tribe, and he did not know whether Tranquil East and Puxiang had formed an alliance. If they did not, then this place would eventually fall into chaos. Among the guests of Tranquil East, the strongest is the chief guest, Nantien. This person has already awakened, and he was best described in the bamboo slip Fang Mu gave me. He was among the first batch of people who had entered the place. I wonder where and how he is now. Tranquil East Tribes Nantien, Puxiang Tribes Zon Lun, and Lake of Colors Tribes Keju Si, these 3 people are the strongest guests among the 3 tribes. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, his feet made no sound as he traveled, and after the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he saw a gigantic ravine that looked as if it was formed by a mountain that was split in half. Serene spirit grass is here. In the list of herbs Su Ming had memorized from the bamboo slip Tranquil East Tribe had given him, nearly a 1/7 of the herbs were that he did not know about, and in that list, besides Sky Flute Branch, the other herbs were useless to him at that moment. However, since he was already here, Su Ming did not want to give up the chance to collect a much wider variety of herbs. After all, they might prove useful when he needed to create other pills that would come after spirit plunder. As he looked at the ravine in the mountain, Su Ming became more cautious. When he approached the place, he focused the branded area of 2,000 feet and scanned it multiple times. Once he did so, he charged forward and turned into a long arc that stuck close to the ground. With a flash, he rushed into the ravine. The ravine was very deep, its end impossible to see, which made it seem like it went down to the very center of the earth. Su Ming touched one of the walls when he was in the ravine and took a deep breath. This is man-made, by the looks of it, it's as if it was sliced in half by a person using a blade. Just what level of cultivation did the person have to reach to be able to do this? Su Ming quietly walked down the ravine, and as he moved, he calculated the distance he traveled. After a while, he stopped. He saw a crevice within a rather deep part of the ravine. That crevice was not big but dark inside. It looked as if it had been a tunnel once, but was cut apart by this ravine. This is the place. Su Ming walked forward carefully and spread out the brand before slowly making his way into the crevice. He took a step forward, and the moment his foot landed, a faint white mist spread out from inside. That mist appeared out of nowhere and immediately enveloped Su Ming. He did not dodge, but immediately brought out Tranquil East Tribe's bamboo slip. The descriptions given regarding the location of the various herbs were very detailed. These herbs were gathered and planted by Tranquil East Tribe in certain locations over the years of entering this place. They also protected these herbs and did not take them all out in one go. They would instead allow the herbs to grow in these locations before they came and collected them next time. The bamboo slip was necessary for locating and entering the place. With this item, he could open the seals Tranquil East Tribe had placed over the locations where they grew the herbs. Yet over the centuries, it was unavoidable that there would be times when Tranquil East Tribe's bamboo slip would be snatched away by the other two tribes. However, cases where Tranquil East Tribe snatched away the other two tribes' bamboo slips also happened. With this happening often enough between these three tribes, almost a ninth of the places where the herbs were planted were known to all the three tribes. However, to avoid the herbs going extinct over all the fighting and snatching, a strange balance was formed between the three tribes. Besides a few locations where incredibly rare herbs grew and it was necessary for the three tribes to fight over them, the rest of the locations were divided equally amongst the three tribes before they opened up the hidden grounds. The white mist tumbled before Su Ming, and once it touched the bamboo slip in his hand, it gradually dispersed and the path inside was revealed. Su Ming lingered around for a moment before he went in cautiously. He did stay inside for long before charging out of the crevice in a flash. He dashed towards the exit of the ravine and soon arrived outside. He stood by the edge as a glint appeared in his eyes. After a moment of pensive silence, he lowered his head and looked at the ravine underneath his feet once again before making his decision. He did not leave, but rather charged into the ravine once again. This time, he did not go into the tunnel in the crevice, but went down at a rapid speed. It was dark deep below in the ravine, but with Su Ming's branded area, he could still sense the things around him, even if his eyes could not see. Time trickled by. After a moment of running, the ravine before him started narrowing down, though the end still could not be seen. In fact, there were a lot of places that were so narrow he needed to position his body sideways before he could go through. At that moment, Su Ming saw something within the branded area. I knew it. Su Ming stopped before he started moving towards the object he had sensed through the branded area. Before long, a corpse without a head appeared in front of him. It was stuck in between the walls of the ravine. He did not have a head, and he wore a blue robe. Many wounds covered his body, and there was one slice on his chest that had almost cut through the body. There was a plate on his waist, and it was one belonging to a guest of Tranquil East Tribe. Su Ming observed the corpse for a few moments, then searched his body, but there was nothing left behind. However, he could tell that this person had only died a few days ago from the signs on the corpse. He lost his head and his blood. Su Ming stayed silent, then charged forward. Very soon, he left the ravine. He did not stop, but quickly moved further into the distance. A few hours passed by, and Su Ming had already gone to 5 of the locations where the herbs grew, his expression growing darker. As he stood by a gigantic mountain rock, he touched the bamboo slip in his hand and fell into contemplative silence. All of these places have herbs. This was not a good thing for Su Ming. This meant that the 2 batches from Tranquil East Tribe that had come to the hidden grounds before him did not have much time to collect the herbs. Even if they did manage to find them, they ended up like the person in the ravine, as corpses. Su Ming's eyes flashed. After a moment of pensive silence, he made his decision. He was just about to continue onward when the whistling of a sword echoed in his ears. He turned around abruptly and immediately saw a white cloud charging towards him from the distance. There were 2 people standing on the white cloud. One of them, the one with the alluring body, was Han Feizi. Su Ming's pupils shrank and without further ado, he immediately withdrew and hid behind the mountain rock. He did not want to meet Han Feizi. In his mind, her presence in this place was not exactly a surprise, but if he could, he still wanted to avoid her. As the white cloud whistled through the sky and got closer to him, its speed gradually slowed down. The person of blood floating before Han Feizi suddenly let out a piercing red light. The moment the person of blood let out that red light, it instantly caught Su Ming's attention. He thought Han Feizi was just passing by, but the speed of the white cloud under her feet was slowing down as if it was going to stop. He also saw the person of blood letting off that red light. When he trained his eyes on it and saw its face, Su Ming's heart trembled. It was him when he wore the mask. This is bad. Su Ming immediately knew that Han Feizi's presence here was not an accident. She was using a strange, unknown berserker art as a guide to look for him. It must be that man in red robes from Lake of Colors tribe. Su Ming immediately retreated, yet the moment he withdrew less than 30 feet, the mountain rock he was previously hiding behind instantly let out an oppressing chilling air. A few rumbling sounds resounded, and the rock was instantaneously covered in frost. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an ice block. The ice block exploded with a boom and turned into countless ice shards that charged towards Su Ming. At the same moment, a chilling glint appeared in Yan Guang's eyes, who was the tall man standing behind Han Feizi on the white cloud in the sky. He took a large step forward and turned into a long arc using the force of his descent from the sky to charge towards Su Ming. Guest from Tranquil East Tribe. You killed one of my people, now do you dare fight against me? Yan Guang's voice was clear as it spread through the area. As he closed in, a piercing sound rose up and a long spear materialized in his hand. That spear was entirely blue and let out a mysterious light. He held the spear in his hand and charged down with it. In an instant, he closed in on Su Ming. The later stage of the blood solidification realm, around 850 blood veins. As Su Ming retreated, he saw through the man's power from behind his mask. If he had encountered this man alone, he had the confidence that he could win, but Han Feizi was right beside him. Su Ming could afford to not be bothered by the man, but he had fought against Han Feizi before. This woman had a lot of skills and tricks. If they both attacked at the same time, he would have no way of fighting back. Various thoughts passed through his mind in a flash while he dashed backwards. He lifted his right hand and hurled his fist towards Yan Guang descending from the sky. At the same time, a black snake appeared in Su Ming's left hand. That snake hissed and charged out towards the ice shards closing in on him from the front. The moment Su Ming's fist connected, his body immediately trembled, and he staggered a few steps back. His face, which was hidden behind the mask, became slightly pale. Yan Guang, who was still in the sky, was in an even worse shape. A strong force came crashing towards him as he descended, causing him to tumble hundreds of feet back before he managed to stop himself. Chapter 151, Counterattack. Booming sounds echoed in the air and the shards shattered. Yet with a shudder, cracks also appeared on the black snake's body. The moment the cracks appeared, Su Ming retreated once again. His gaze was freezing as he spat out one word. Fog. The black snake berserker vessel he had just obtained immediately let out a large amount of black fog. It instantly spread outwards, causing the area to be shrouded in black. The expression on Han Feizi's face immediately changed. The instant the black fog spread out, she instantaneously lifted her right hand and pointed towards Yan Guang. The white mist cloud instantly appeared around Yan Guang's body, who through his shock, had a grave expression on his face in the black fog. The white mist cloud formed a tight defense around his body. Once she helped Yan Guang with his defense, a golden light flashed outside Han Feizi's body. It was the same light that had appeared when she faced Su Ming previously, the strange art that allowed her to remain largely unscathed even after the numerous ambushes Su Ming had laid on her. The moment Han Feizi made her moves, Su Ming's eyes flashed in the black fog. The mark of the sword of virescent light charged out. Its target was not Yan Guang, neither was it Yan Feizi, but the person of blood standing right before her. That person of blood was Su Ming's target. If that thing was not destroyed, he knew that even if he managed to escape, there was still a possibility that he would be chased down. If that was the case, then it would be better if he destroyed it. The virescent sword sliced through the air and turned into a strong pressure as it charged towards the person of blood floating before Han Feizi with a might that could even make those in the awakening realm shudder in fear. Han Feizi's heart immediately trembled. She could not see that virescent sword, but she could feel a terrifying presence closing in quickly from the fog before her. It even gave her the false impression that she was under the threat of death. Her expression changed once again. Han Feizi quickly retreated, and once she did so, she surrounded her body with mist clouds. The golden light shone through the mist clouds, and an ancient mirror about the size of her palm appeared in her hand. As light shone from the mirror, it let out banging sounds, and 6 other mirrors apparated around her body, situated on her sides, her front and back, and the top and bottom of her body, protecting Han Feizi inside. Just as she retreated, the small virescent sword closed in on the person of blood under Su Ming's control with the brand and sliced through its head. The moment the sword slashed down, the person of blood let out a piercing cry as if it possessed intelligence and split in half before shattering and crumbling apart. A murderous look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He was just about to control the small virescent sword to charge at Han Feizi when his heart suddenly jumped and his face instantly darkened. A red mist spread out from the 2 halves of the crumbling person of blood and turned into a complex red picture that was about 100 feet in size. The moment it appeared, a piercing red light flashed. That red light contained a pressure that made Su Ming tremble, and when it appeared, it caused the black fog in the area to fade out. In an instant, the black fog was gone without a trace. At the same time, the red picture started shifting and turned into a face of a woman. This woman was incredibly beautiful. She had her eyes closed, and as her eyelashes fluttered, she opened her eyes. The instant she did so, the small virescent sword immediately trembled as if it could not get closer. A dim light shone from within the woman's eyes and a tinkling chuckle echoed in the air. There was a strange force within that chuckle, making those who heard it feel like their hearts shook like endless rippling water. It made people restless. As the chuckles echoed in the air, the woman opened her mouth and blew at the small virescent sword. Her breath was like fragrant air, and the moment it touched the small sword, it let out a sharp, sword whistle. The sword trembled and tumbled back towards Su Ming before quickly entering his body. A red flush immediately colored Su Ming's face. When the fragrant air rushed into his face, a mystified look appeared in his eyes. He could see a blurred figure of a beautiful young married woman. That woman's beauty gave the feeling as if his heart was going to race out off his chest. It was a feeling that made him think that if she just said the word, he would give his life for her. The woman was looking at him with a bewitching look at that moment, as if she was calling him to go to her. Su Ming's expression under the mask was one of bewilderment. Yet at that moment, the mysterious black piece of debris hanging over his chest let out a chilling presence into his body, just like the time when he was stunned when the fallen god of berserkers descended. Su Ming's body jolted, and immediately, his eyes became clear. The moment he regained consciousness, Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood and the light in his eyes became dull. Shock appeared on his face, and he immediately retreated without any hesitation. This might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but it only lasted for an instant. Interest appeared in the giant face of the woman in the air. As she watched Su Ming hasty retreat, she suddenly laughed. "Fei Yan Guang, I want this person alive. Go. He is already heavily injured, he won't be able to do much, bring him to me." As the giant face spoke softly, it gradually disappeared. Yan Guang immediately complied. Han Feizi did not speak, but remained frowning while looking in the direction Su Ming had escaped in. She still felt that there was something familiar about Su Ming, yet she had only managed to cross hands with him for a short period of time. She could not find any clues from him. Su Ming held his chest, the part where it hurt the most at the moment. It was as if his heart had been broken. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth, and the mark of the small sword at the center of his brows also became dull because of it. There was a looming red mark on the sword. That's Yan Luan. This was not the first time Su Ming had seen the gigantic form of the woman's face. He had seen this woman before, when he Feng challenged the chains of Han Mountain a few years ago. She's definitely not any common powerful berserker in the awakening realm. The berserker art she cast just now could definitely kill a person without anyone even realizing it. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood, and as he staggered forward, he brought out South Asunder with his right hand from his bosom and placed the pill in his mouth before continuing charging forward. Han Feizi and Yan Guang were pursuing him non-stop at full speed behind him. Master, Yan Luan's power should be around the middle stage of the awakening realm. She's one of the very few tribe leaders from all the tribes in the world that has power that surpasses the elder of her tribe. Lake of Colors tribe is also very distinctly different from other tribes. The elder is not the head of the tribe leader is. To think that she's here as well. There was obvious fear in He Feng's voice. When Su Ming heard He Feng's words, his face became darker. He gritted his teeth and continued dashing forward without regard for his injuries. As he ran, he continued taking in a large amount of South Asunder, which allowed him to maintain his speed, but due to this continuous charge, he could not calm down and heal his injuries quickly. Han Feizi and Yan Guang became increasingly more stunned as they pursued him. The both of them had though that with Su Ming's grave injuries, he would not be able to run too far away or for too long, yet 4 hours had already passed by, and this guest from Tranquil East tribe was still dashing forth at an incredibly fast pace. Su Ming's face was pale under the mask. Even with the help of South Asunder healing his wounds, the hours of escaping still made it hard for him to recover because he did not have time to sit down and meditate to heal. It was especially so for the sharp pain in his chest. Not much of it had went away. As he continued running, it even became much more painful, as if his heart was about to break completely. Lake of Colors tribe. Su Ming carved the name of the tribe into his mind, but he could not stop. He was worried that Yan Luan would appear once again. Once she did, he would have a difficult time escaping. Master, I think Yan Luan won't appear again. He Feng's cautious voice echoed in Su Ming's mind with an anxiety that could not be hidden. He did not want Su Ming to die. If Su Ming died, it would be difficult for him to survive as well. Continue. Su Ming knew that his intelligence and experience could not compare to He Feng's. When he heard He Feng's words, a vague but important thought appeared in his head. Yan Luan's power is so incredible it's shocking. If she could appear at any time she wanted, then none of the guests from the other two tribes who entered the hidden grounds would have been able to survive. In fact, there would be no need for them to send people to investigate the place at all. He Feng's mind moved at an incredible pace, and he spoke as he continued with his analysis. But since she sent Han Feizi and Yan Guang to kill you, and since we met the man in red robes and the other person when we came out of the tunnel, This means that either Yan Luan's power is largely limited in this place, or there's something else that's forcing her to be constantly in one place and she cannot leave. She can only use the method like just now and attack through apparitions, Su Ming immediately said. Incredible, Master. Also, the attack from Yan Luan's apparition was not simple, or else, she could just summon the apparition again and you wouldn't have been able to escape for such a long time. He Feng first praised Su Ming before he spoke his thoughts. A sparkle appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew he could not last much longer. He might still have an ample supply of South Asunder, but if he left that sharp pain in his chest alone any longer, his body would not be able to withstand it. He Feng, I know you still have some tricks hidden up your sleeve. If I die, you won't be able to survive either. Don't hide anymore. Can you hold Han Feizi and the other person for a while? Su Ming took a deep breath and sent his thoughts to He Feng. He Feng fell silent for a moment, as if he making his decision. Master, with my current condition, I can only stall them for half the time it takes to burn an incense stick. That's good enough. Su Ming stopped and immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground. He brought out a few pills of South Asunder and placed one in his mouth before closing his eyes and immediately starting to circulate his qi. Time passed by. Very soon, a white cloud whistled through the sky behind Su Ming. When the white cloud was 1,000 feet away from him, a dim light flashed around his body, and He Feng's small form dashed out. His face was obscured. He did not want Han Feizi recognizing him, which would only cause Su Ming to be displeased with him and in turn suspect him. Once he appeared, He Feng lifted his right hand and hurled his fist towards the white cloud approaching from the sky. Ripples appeared between where Su Ming sat and the approaching white cloud. The ripples quickly spread out. He Feng charged out swiftly, and the dim light around his body spread outwards. The dim light instantly enveloped an area of 500 feet around Su Ming. He Feng sat down cross-legged in midair with his eyes closed. His entire body blended together with the light, and he disappeared without a trace. With this method, he could stop Han Feizi and Yan Guang to gain some time for Su Ming. A thunderous boom appeared in the air. It was Yan Guang, who had a murderous look on his face as he continuously attacked the dim light with the long blue spear in his hand, causing the dim light to waver, looking as if it was about to be torn apart at any moment. In just one glance, Han Feizi saw Su Ming sitting within the dim light. A strange light appeared in her eyes and she took action. White clouds surrounded the dim light and closed in with a great pressure, causing the area enveloped by the dim light to continuously shrink. Chapter 152. Could not understand this woman. 400 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet, when the area enveloped by the light shrunk to just 100 feet, the screen formed by the light became incredibly dull. At that moment, Yan Guang let out a low growl and the long spear in his hand flashed with a bright blue light before he stabbed the dim light screen with the spear. The light screen immediately shattered and turned into countless shards that tumbled backwards. They gathered in midair and turned into the He Feng who had his face obscured. He Feng shuddered. The moment he appeared, the spear in Yan Guang's hand let out a sharp whistle as it charged towards Su Ming. Han Feizi's eyes were cold as she stood beside him. She lifted her hand and the mist clouds surrounded each other before turning into a giant hand of mist clouds that plowed forth. He Feng was overwrought with anxiety. He understood full well that if Su Ming died, he would immediately die with him. He gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Dim light shone from his entire body once again, and it gathered in an area of 30 feet around Su Ming's body. The moment it crashed against Yan Guang's long spear, it exploded once again, unable to withstand the force. This was He Feng's limit. His body immediately became dull, as if he was about to scatter away. He let out a broken laugh. The moment he fell into despair, a strong absorbing force spread out from within Su Ming and enveloped He Feng's body, pulling him inside in an instant. The same moment, Su Ming opened his eyes. A chilling glint flashed briefly through his eyes, and killing intent appeared. The moment he opened his eyes, a red light appeared under Su Ming's feet, and a red meadow spread out swiftly. As the meadow covered an area of 100 feet, it formed a layer of protection that blocked Yan Guang's long spear and Han Feizi's giant hand of mist clouds. Rumbling sounds echoed in the sky and Yan Guang's long spear was fended off. The moment it stopped, Su Ming stood up swiftly and took one step forward. He ignored Han Feizi and charged towards Yan Guang so quickly he closed in on him in an instant, hurling his fist towards him. Yan Guang clashed fists with him, growling softly. With a boom, he staggered back and coughed out blood. A murderous look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He charged forth to chase the man down and kill him. When Han Feizi saw the red meadow, she was momentarily stunned. For some reason, she thought she'd seen this meadow before. Yet the things that had happened within the cave in the rainforest happened too quickly that day, hence she did not see everything clearly. She was just about to take action after recovering from her shock when Su Ming swung his right hand towards her and that black snake immediately appeared once again, turning into a small layer of black fog. The head of the snake appeared within that fog and launched itself towards Han Feizi with its mouth wide open to swallow her. All of this happened in an instant. Han Feizi revealed a cold smirk and the golden light flashed around her entire body. She did not pay any heed to the snake formed by the black fog. Instead, she took a step forward and charged into the fog with the intention of preventing Su Ming from killing Yan Guang and then capturing him alive along with her partner. He Feng, you were the one who lured her here and you're still not attacking. How long are you going to wait? Su Ming's eyes flashed brilliantly. He had to kill Yan Guang first, before he could deal with Han Feizi. He could not let these two people join hands. When he saw Han Feizi charging through the fog without care, he immediately made his decision and said those words in a hoarse voice. The moment the words were spoken, the calm look on Han Feizi's face immediately changed. She instinctively stopped and lifted her head. With an explosive bang in her head, the answer as to why she had the sense of familiarity when she faced this man appeared. Yet there was a price to be paid for this answer. This price was Yan Guang's life. The moment Han Feizi was taken aback by Su Ming's words and faltered, he caught up to the backpedaling Yan Guang. The mark of the sword at the center of his brows flashed, and the small virescent sword let out a whistle as it charged out towards Yan Guang. It traveled so quickly that it closed in on Yan Guang in an instant and pierced through the center of his brows. The man let out a shrill and pained cry. There was a bang in the air, and Yan Guang staggered a few steps back due to the remnants of the charging force from the small sword before he fell to the ground with his legs convulsing uncontrollably. His breath left his body and he died. Su Ming panted harshly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Blood also came from his mouth. His face was pale, and the pain in his chest grew stronger. The chain of action Su Ming had taken used up a large amount of his energy. When he killed Yan Guang, he almost used up all the spiritual power stored within the path of blood in his body. Right now, he held a red spirit stone in his hand, and the red meadow traveled with his feet to cover an area of 100 feet around him. Within Su Ming's body, the souls of the wings of the moon spread out and surrounded the area as they let out soundless roars. The small virescent sword became dull. There were even some red spots on the body of the sword, looking as if they had seeped into the sword itself. It was a terrifying sight to behold. As of now, the sword floated beside Su Ming, letting out a faint and weak sword aura. Han Feizi stood hundreds of feet away from Su Ming. As she stared at him, a vicious look appeared in her eyes. She had been searching for the person before her for a long time but had been unable to find any clues. She did not expect to meet him now, in this place. You are Tranquil East Tribe's guest, then that small person in the dim light just now should be He Feng. As for this thing, a flash appeared in Han Feizi's eyes, and she stared at the small virescent sword. This should be He Feng's great treasure. Who knew? Zhang Lun and I have been fighting over it for such a long time, and you were the one who obtained it in the end. This is the second time we meet, and your powers have changed drastically. You should not be some insignificant person. Who are you? Tranquil East Tribe's guest, Mo Su, Su Ming said hoarsely as he looked at the veiled Han Feizi through his mask. Mo Su. Han Feizi looked at Su Ming, silent. Su Ming did not speak either. He could only pant harshly as he stared at Han Feizi. You're gravely wounded. I'm a seventh of a chance certain that I can kill you here. After a dozen breaths passed by, Han Feizi spoke softly. I am also a seventh of a chance certain that I can take you down with me. Su Ming stated coolly. The small virescent sword beside him let out a light sword whistle. I trust you. A smile suddenly appeared on Han Feizi's face. Even if her smile was concealed by the veil, it could still be seen vaguely. It looked as if her face that was covered by the veil contained an unparalleled beauty with the addition of her smile. Now that I know who you are, it's enough for me. I'll give you a chance. I won't reveal your identity, but if you can walk out of this place alive, then you will have to fulfill one request of mine. Han Feizi laughed softly. She did not even ask whether Su Ming agreed to her words before she floated into the air with the white cloud underneath her feet. Her clothes danced in the air as she disappeared into the distance languidly. Su Ming frowned. He could not understand this woman before him. When Han Feizi disappeared into the horizon, Su Ming momentarily fell into a pensive silence. He cast a glance at Yan Guang's corpse and searched through his body. Once he found his things, he took the blue long spear and quickly left the place. 2 hours later, Su Ming sat down cross-legged in a secluded area within a mountain range. The pain in his chest had become stronger. At this moment, he closed his eyes to meditate and took south asunder to heal his wounds. He had to heal quickly. This place would only become more dangerous. That piece of starry sky still dominated the sky in the isolation grounds belonging to Han Mountain's ancestor. Daylight would never arrive. However, this place was not dark. There was a gentle light in the area that was no different from daylight in the eyes of a berserker. Su Ming woke up from his meditation a few hours later and let out a shaky breath. His face was still pale underneath the mask, but his injuries had mostly healed. The most grievous injury on his body was on his heart. If it were not for the protection of the mysterious debris, Su Ming's heart would not have been able to withstand the laughter of the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe, which had been part of her berserker art. His heart would have shattered into pieces. He might have recovered somewhat now, but he could still feel the pain in his heart. As he sat there, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pressed against the center of the mosque's brows. Immediately, A green light flashed on the center of his brows and the small virescent sword appeared. Su Ming brought it before his eyes. There were 3 small red spots on the sword that had corroded its body, causing the aura of the sword to become corrupted and its might to be greatly reduced. A powerful berserker in the middle stage of the awakening realm, Su Ming mumbled. He lifted his left hand and tried wiping away the red spots. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. He could not wipe the red spots off. In his silence, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed. He felt someone moving closer to him in his branded area. It's him. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. It was quiet in the mountain range. Dong Fanghua moved forward cautiously. His body was laden with injuries and his robes were soaked in blood. His face was pale, and as he moved forward panting harshly, he would continuously turn his head back with a lingering fear in his eyes. This accursed place. Who would have thought Lake of Colors tribe would attack on such a large scale? The excavation this time is far too dangerous. It's a good thing I found some herbs. I should be able to obtain protection now. Dong Fanghua laughed bitterly and moved forward quickly but cautiously. As he walked forth, a calm voice suddenly reached his ears. Brother Dong Fang, who is it? Dong Fanghua's expression changed. He did not stop as he spoke, but instinctively ran a few steps forward. Only then did he realize that the voice he had heard just now was rather familiar. Brother Mo. Dong Fanghua was momentarily stunned. He stopped, but remained alert. As he looked around his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a person walking towards him from the distance. Su Ming walked unhurriedly to Dong Fanghua and stopped 100 feet away from him. He looked at the currently miserable-looking old man. It was clear that the old man did not have a safe trip after he entered this place. When Dong Fanghua saw Su Ming, he let out a breath of relief and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Brother Mo, I embarrassed myself when you suddenly spoke because I was too nervous. Please excuse my poor behavior. It's fine. This place has been taken over by Lake of Colors tribe and it's very dangerous. I acted too rashly just now. Su Ming shook his head. He could understand Dong Fanghua's fear. Brother Dong Fang, why are you alone? I remember that Brother Chen was with you. Su Ming looked at Dong Fanghua and spoke in a collected tone. Brother Chen, he was killed. Brother Mo, this isn't a good place to talk. We can't stay here for long. If you don't have another place to go, why don't you come with me to the gathering place? With your power, you won't need to be like me and gather herbs to get protection from Sir Nantien, Dong Fanghua quickly said. Gathering place. All right, I'll go with you. Su Ming was moved by the idea and nodded his head. Under Dong Fanghua's lead, the two of them quickly left the place and charged into the distance. More than half of the guests of Tranquil East tribe died. Right now, besides you and me, there are only 2 other survivors left. One of them is Sir Nantien, Tranquil East tribe's chief guest. The other person is Cho Nu. He has a short temper and is Sir Nantien's follower. He's also Tranquil East's guest. When Brother Chen and I went to the gathering place, we ran into trouble. Brother Chen died, and I was saved by Cho Nu when I was in danger. On the way, Dong Fanghua spoke to Su Ming in a low voice of the things he had experienced once he arrived to this place. Chapter 153, Sir Mo Su. Sir Nantien is injured and needs the herbs in this place to recover. Cho Nu is protecting him, that's why he can't come and search for the herbs himself. He saved me so that I can look for the herbs out here. He promised me that if I take the risk and find enough herbs, then he'd bring me to meet Sir Nantien. He also promised that once Sir Nantien's power recovers, they'll escort me out of this place safely, Dong Fanghua told his story softly. He knew that Su Ming was incredibly powerful and made the decision to follow him in his heart, since they were currently in a dangerous place. That was also why he told Su Ming everything he knew in detail. Su Ming nodded. He Feng's soul had fallen into deep sleep in his body due to his previous exertion. He would not be able to wake up any time soon. And without He Feng to help him analyze situations and make judgments, Su Ming had to rely on himself for everything. The two of them charged forward for 4 hours under Dong Fanghua's lead. On the way, they found 3 groups of people from Lake of Colors tribe and hid themselves beforehand with the help of Su Ming's branding art. Once they avoided these people, they arrived outside a valley. The valley was not big, and it was so secluded the area was covered in silence. There was not a hint of sound. "Brother Mo, this is the place. Chou promised me that once I brought the herbs here and called out to him, he will appear," Dongfang Hua said softly and looked at Su Ming, seeking his opinion. When he saw Su Ming nodding his head, he took a few steps forward and stood outside the valley, using his chi to send his voice forward as he hissed out, "Brother Chou, are you there?" The valley was silent. After about the time it takes for half of an incense stick to burn later, Su Ming suddenly noticed something and turned his body to look back. The sounds of footsteps appeared in the air, attracting Dongfang Hua's attention as well, and he quickly looked over. A big man walked over from the distance outside the valley. That man was half naked and built like an iron tower. He took big slow steps until he was 100 feet away from Su Ming and Dongfang Hua before he stopped and stared coldly at Su Ming. This man had a hideous appearance. His face was marred with scars, and he had neither a nose nor lips. Just seeing his face would make people terrified. His eyes, however, shone with a brilliant light. "Dongfang Hua, how dare you? How could you bring outsiders here?" The man's voice was like a tidal wave, and as he spoke, his words held a chilling and frightening tone. Dongfang Hua's expression changed, and he quickly opened his mouth to explain, but the man refused to listen to him. He stared at Su Ming instead and pointed at him with a finger. "Who are you?" "Tranquil East Tribe's guest, Mo Su," Su Ming answered slowly. "I've seen all guests in Tranquil East Tribe. Why have I never seen you?" The man asked with a cold sneer. "Brother Chou, don't be angry. This is a misunderstanding. Brother Mo just became a guest recently. We were both in the third batch and came together but were separated later. I saw him today when I came back, that's why I invited him to come with me. I had indeed acted too rashly, I hope you don't mind," Dongfang Hua quickly explained. "Oh, take out your guest plate." Chou's expression warmed up slightly as he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming did not waste any time with pleasantries. He took out his plate and with a swing, threw it towards Chou. The man lifted his right hand and caught the plate without even moving an inch, remaining completely unaffected as he withstood the force of Su Ming's throw embedded in the plate. He lowered his head and scrutinized the plate for a moment before a pensive look appeared on his face, but he soon threw the plate back to Su Ming. "I can't be certain of your identity yet. Gather 10 herbs and come back here to see me. As for you, Dongfang Hua, did you get the herbs?" Chou looked towards Dongfang Hua. The called man quickly brought out a number of various herbs from his bosom. After a moment of hesitation, he said softly, "I only managed to find so much. There are quite a number of people from Lake of Colors tribe here. If I continued searching for more, I might have run into them, then I wouldn't have been able to bring a single one back. I'm worried about Sir Nantien, that's why I came back earlier." That man had been glaring when he saw that the herbs were not enough, but when he heard the old man's words, he hesitated for a moment before he nodded his head. "You pass. Come with me. With his protection, we can escort you safely out of this place." As Chou spoke, he turned around and started moving back, completely ignoring Su Ming. Dongfang Hua hesitated for a moment, then he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained passive. He stood where he was and wrapped his palm around his fist, bowing in the direction where the man was heading. "I am Mo Su, Sir Nantien, may I come see you?" Su Ming's voice was not loud, but his voice was manipulated with fine control. As it echoed in the area, his voice formed rings upon rings of invisible ripples that spread out. Dongfang Hua was momentarily stunned by Su Ming's actions. As for Chou, he turned around and looked at Su Ming spitefully as a vicious glare appeared in his eyes. "Shut up. If you're not gone within 3 breaths, then today, you'll..." Before Chou could finish speaking, a gentle voice suddenly reached them languidly and cut his words off. "Chou, don't be rude towards Sir Mo Su. If an important guest is here, then it is only natural that I meet him. However, I am currently healing my injuries and cannot come forth to welcome you personally. Brother Mo, I hope you don't mind. Brother Nan, it is my pleasure." Su Ming smiled. He had infused his voice with the power of fine control when he spoke just now. Berserkers in the blood solidification realm would not be able to sense it. Only those who have awakened would be able to feel the change in his voice. Sir, Mo Su. Cho Nu was stunned. He could hear the implications in those words. Besides, he could tell that Nan Tian was speaking amiably towards this man, as if he was addressing an equal. His heart instantly trembled and he wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing deeply towards Su Ming. I have been disrespectful towards you, Sir Mo Su. Please punish me. It's fine. Do lead the way, Su Ming said coolly. Thank you, sir, this way, please. Cho Nu's expression was extremely respectful, his attitude completely different from before. At that moment, he had his body slightly bowed as he acted as Su Ming's guide by his side. Dong Fanghua sucked in a deep breath. After remaining stunned for a moment, his gaze when he looked at Su Ming became even more respectful. His estimation of Su Ming's power was originally high enough, but he did not expect that with just one sentence, he could make the chief guest of Tranquil East Tribe, Nan Tian, reply to him like an equal. He quickly followed behind Su Ming. By the looks of it, he looked as if he wanted to become the other's follower. The three of them did not walk too far as Cho Nu led them into a valley nearby. Su Ming saw a middle-aged man sitting on the ground. The man was very handsome. He wore a white robe and looked calm. 6 black beast bones were floating and turning slowly by his side. Every single time they took a turn around him, a wisp of black mist would seep out of the man's mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, which would then be quickly absorbed by one of the beast bones. The moment Su Ming stepped into the valley, the man opened his eyes and looked at Su Ming with a profound gaze. Su Ming too looked at this man. Their gazes met in the air and a baffled look appeared on the man's face. Once he observed Su Ming, he lifted his right hand and the 6 beast bones by his side fell to the ground. Brother Mo, your powers are a little strange. The man smiled and spoke with a gentle tone. With just one glance, he could tell that Su Ming had not awakened, yet he still addressed him as an equal. He could feel a dangerous presence coming from Su Ming. This threat was not because the man harbored any ill will against him, but from the mutual awareness they had of each other. The only people who made him feel as if he was in danger were either those who had reached great completion in the blood solidification realm or those who had reached the awakening realm. Cho Nu took a few brisk steps forward and stood by the man's side respectfully, with his head lowered, a typical picture of a follower. Dong Fanghua hesitated for a moment, but did not follow him. He stood behind Su Ming like Cho Nu instead, with his head lowered and with a respectful expression. Su Ming smiled and sat down with his legs crossed. He was also observing the chief guest of Tranquil East Tribe, Nan Tian. This person's level of cultivation was similar to Zan Lun's, yet Su Ming could feel a calm and relaxed air around him. It was different from the sullen air around Zan Lun. Brother Nan, aren't you worried that Lake of Colors tribe will come here when you're healing your injuries? Su Ming asked with a smile. A smile appeared on Nan Tian's face and he shook his head, saying, those who can make it here will eventually arrive. Instead of hiding around, why don't I sit here and see whether Lake of Colors tribe would come? If they want my life, then they'll have to pay a price. A cold glint appeared in Nan Tian's eyes. Of course, that cold look was not aimed at Su Ming, but Lake of Colors tribe. You aren't injured. You have absolutely no need to hide, Su Ming said slowly, smiling faintly. Nan Tian's eyes focused on Su Ming, and he laughed after a moment. I can't hide anything from you, Brother Mo. You're right, I'm not injured, but I'm one against many. I don't want to get into this mess and a world of trouble. Aren't you here because you had the same thoughts, Brother Mo? If that's the case, then this place will become even livelier in the next few days. Su Ming fell into a moment of silence before he laughed. Talking with you is a pleasure. You're right, I leaked my current location and had no intention of hiding myself to tell Lake of Colors tribe to not provoke me. If they don't come, I won't stick my nose into the affairs of the 3 tribes either. I was also telling the other guests that they could come here to avoid trouble. But they have to pay a sufficient price to avoid trouble. I was originally waiting for Zan Lun. If he came here, then this place would become much safer. But it's also a joyous occasion that you're here. We might be able to get a much better gain from the trip this time. Nan Tian spoke languidly with a smile. He stole a look at Dong Fanghua standing respectfully behind Su Ming and continued speaking with an insipid tone. Since Dong Feng is your follower, then I won't receive his price. As for the others who will come later. Nan Tian smiled. He looked at Su Ming and kept his silence. Su Ming had come into contact with a lot of powerful berserkers in the awakening realm. He was no longer as emotionally affected as when he first met Windstream's Jing Nan. At that moment, when he saw Nan Tian looking over at him once he finished speaking, he fell into a momentary silence before lifting his right hand. The souls of the wings of the moon in his body flew out in their invisible forms and spun around the area rapidly until they turned into an invisible sandstorm. Chou Nu and Dong Fang Hua could not feel that sandstorm clearly, but Nan Tian could sense a power that was equivalent to that of awakening. However, this strength was only similar to awakening. It was not the source of the danger he felt earlier. If that's all, Nan Tian frowned slightly, but the moment his brows creased, a sharp pain appeared in his mind. That pain came without warning. It made his expression change, and he also saw an enchanting look that seemed to be able to capture all those who looked into Su Ming's profound gaze. This feeling only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Su Ming closed his eyes, and when he opened them once again, everything returned to normal. Let's share equally. What do you say, Brother Mo? Nan Tian said with a smile, his spirits lifted. When he saw Su Ming nodding, that smile grew wider. Brother Mo, are you interested in the legacy of Han Mountain's ancestor? Chapter 154, God of Berserkers. Brother Nan, what do you mean? Su Ming looked at Nan Tian, remaining seated. Dong Fang Hua's face was filled with respect as he stood by the side with his heart racing against his chest. He knew that he had just obtained a huge chance. That chance was not of him obtaining any treasure, but it came from Mo Su sitting right before him. He actually made Sir Nan Tian treat him as an equal. By how Sir Nan Tian is acting, he's definitely treating him very courteously. This person, if I can follow Sir Mo Su, then it'll be serendipitous for me. Dong Fang Hua took in a deep breath and a determined look appeared in his eyes. Brother Mo, our forces are thin, and it'll be difficult for us to fight against Lake of Colors tribe. But if Zan Lun comes here as well, the three of us will obtain great power in this place. Lake of Colors tribe has sent all of their forces here. Before this, they covered up their tracks and did not reveal any clues, which means that Tranquil East and Pukchiang are most likely in the dark. This is a chance for us. It'll be a waste if we don't obtain something good from the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor, no. Nan Tian looked at Su Ming with a polite smile. There is room for discussion about this. Su Ming fell into momentary silence. He did not immediately agree to it. Nan Tian only smiled when he heard Su Ming's reply. He nodded his head and no longer spoke. Instead, he closed his eyes, and the beast bones lying around his body rose into the air once again, spinning around his body slowly. By his side, Chou Nu sat down as well to protect him. Silence gradually fell upon them. There was a faint breeze blowing in the valley. As it blew past, the wind would lift up strands of their hair, which would tickle their faces, causing them a faint itch. While Su Ming remaining seated, he lifted his head and looked at the starry sky over the valley. His expression was calm as he became troubled by his thoughts. Sir Mo Su, these are the herbs I found when I was outside. Dong Fang Hua looked at Su Ming at his side. There was a calming effect coming from Su Ming, but for some unknown reason that Dong Fang Hua himself could not explain, he could sense a hint of sorrow from that tranquility. Dong Fang Hua brought out almost all of the herbs on his body before he placed them respectfully before Su Ming. I can't promise you that you can leave this place safely, Su Ming said dully. Dong Fang Hua let out a sigh before he spoke softly. It's fine. Staying here is at least better than being outside. Su Ming did not speak any longer but chose to look at the sky instead as he healed his wounds in silence. The injuries on his chest were the worst, and he would not be able to heal them within a short amount of time. However, he could still absorb the spiritual aura around him and store it into the path of blood in his body. Yet when he made it flow around his entire body, the flow would be slightly jerky when it arrived at the center of his brows. He could feel that the 3 spots on the small Versacent sword were the reason why the flow of the spiritual aura had slowed down. Time trickled by. The 4 people in the valley fell into silence. No one spoke. As followers, until Nan Tian and Su Ming spoke, Chou Nu and Dong Fanghua would also maintain silence. It was about 20 hours later. Another day almost passed by, yet the starry sky stayed up and did not change. Su Ming continued looking at the sky. These stars had already been carved into his mind. Brother Mo, you seem to be very interested in this piece of sky. Nan Tian broke the silence. He had been observing Su Ming discreetly for a long time. He could tell that Su Ming had not awakened, yet that sense of danger did not diminish even one bit. It caught his attention, that was why he had been observing silently. This piece of sky does not belong to the night sky of the land of South Morning, Su Ming stated slowly. Of course, this sky was created by Han Mountain's ancestor by using an art. From what I know, this sky has a direct connection to the mysterious place Han Mountain's ancestor came from. It's said that Han Mountain's ancestor came from another world. Perhaps the stars in this sky belong to the other world, Nan Tian said in a low tone, seemingly moved by the story. Other world, Su Ming mumbled. I heard that the other world is a mysterious and strange place. I've never been there, but I've heard some rumors about it. Brother Mo, if you're interested, I can tell you about it to spend time. Nan Tian smiled and a deep emotion seemed to be stirred within him. When I first came here a few years ago, I was also taken aback by this sky. When I went back, I searched through a lot of ancient scrolls that spoke about this, and I gradually grew to understand it somewhat. If we speak about the other world, we must also talk about the god of the Berserker tribe, the god of Berserkers. The god of Berserkers is the most powerful person in the Berserker tribe. He is worshipped by all of us in all our tribes. He is our deity and our protector. There is also a legend that says that the power of the first god of Berserkers has reached a level that is unimaginable by our standards. At that time, the entire Berserker tribe was at its most glorious time. He led brave warriors from an innumerable amount of tribes and left our world. It was also at that moment that we obtained news of another world. There were a lot of other places outside other than the land that belonged to us Berserkers. I can't imagine it, and a part of me still doesn't believe the things about the legendary era that were described in the ancient scrolls. There was a hint of uncertainty on Nan Tian's face, but there was also excitement. Brother Mo, I read this in the ancient scrolls. There was one sentence that described that legendary era and the age where all detailed records were gone. The worship of all worlds. Su Ming's heart lurched. He lifted his head swiftly to look at Nan Tian. He was not the only who did so. It was clear that this was the first time Chou Nu heard about it as well. Only Dong Fanghua had his head lowered, his expression impossible to be seen. The worship of all worlds, Su Ming mumbled. Those simple 5 words held a domineering and mighty force that seemed to lift a veil off a canvas in his mind. On that canvas, he seemed to see the legendary era. The god of Berserkers floated in the sky, and an uncountable amount of people from other worlds knelt down and worshipped him. I find it unbelievable, but I also regret not being born during that era. Nan Tian laughed bitterly. But all glorious moments would eventually fade out. The first god of Berserkers died mysteriously, causing this worship of all worlds that is described within the ancient scrolls to only be a short moment of glory. Yet after many years went by, the second god of Berserkers appeared. His appearance immediately brought forth the disastrous event. It is said that the land of the Berserker tribes was divided into 5 parts because of him. He died and his body was divided into 5 parts, which were buried in the 5 continents of the Berserker tribes. His head was taken away by those in the other world, and we have no idea where it went. That's how the day of eternal creation came by. It is said certain people could hear a roar from far away in the land of the Berserker tribes on the last day of the day of eternal creation. That is the mournful cry of the second god of Berserkers. The fourth god of Berserker might come from among those who can hear the roar. All of us Berserkers have been waiting for the fourth god of Berserkers. But those are just legends. I've never heard the roar, and neither has anyone around me heard it, Nan Tian said in a low tone. What about the third god of Berserkers? This is what I'm curious about. Perhaps my power is not enough for me to obtain more ancient scrolls, but among the records I found that spoke about the gods of Berserkers, the third god of Berserkers is missing. It's only said that he died not long after he appeared. The only records about him are regarding the land where he came from. The Great Yu Dynasty, the central land of Berserkers. Nan Tian shook his head. When Su Ming heard it, light shudders ran through his body. He could not control these shudders. Nan Tian immediately noticed and gave him a questioning look. Brother Mo, what's wrong? It's nothing. Su Ming closed his eyes to hide his shock and fear. So there's not just one god of berserkers, but there were generations of them, but why didn't he mention the fire berserkers? Which god of berserkers sealed the fire berserkers, which generation did he belong to? Why didn't Nan Tian speak about the big event that shocked all berserkers? Perhaps this is a difference between regions. It must be. Panic rose in Su Ming's heart, a sight that was rarely seen. He did not know why, but Kang Lan's pitying and complicated gaze as she looked at him appeared naturally in his head. If someday, you remember something, you can come to Freezing Sky Clan to look for me. Su Ming opened his eyes, which became filled with a lot of red in the span of a few short breaths. He turned his head to look outside the valley. An almost unnoticeable glint appeared in Nan Tian's eyes. He felt that something was wrong with Mo Su. While he was mulling over it silently, his expression suddenly changed and he lifted his head to look outside the valley, which was soon followed by a shock in his heart, and he looked at Su Ming from the corner of his eyes. What shocking senses! He should have been affected by my words just now, but even so, he sensed that there were people outside the valley before me. If he had been calm, I should establish a good relationship with him, Nan Tian decided in his heart. At that moment, a ghastly and cold voice that seemed to tear through the space outside the valley forcefully traveled in. Nan Tian, Zan, I'm here. That voice was like a rumbling thunder. As it traveled inside, two people appeared outside the valley and walked in. The person walking in front was Zan Lun. His face was dark, and there was a frown between his brows. Behind him was an old man. That old man was covered in fresh blood. There were many wounds on his body, and his face was pale. It was clear that the fights he had endured until he reached this place had been incredibly devastating. I'm honored that you could come here. Nan Tian smiled and stood up, wrapping his fist in his palm towards Zan Lun. Zan Lun's face had been dark since the time he came to this place. As he walked towards them, his gaze fell on Su Ming, and a freezing glint appeared in his eyes. You were spreading out your presence without care here. You gained the courage to do so not just to tell Lake of Colors tribe you're here, but also to tell me you're here. No. How could you be so sure that Lake of Colors tribe won't find you first and kill you? Zan Lun let out a cold harumph. Besides those in Lake of Colors tribe, if I was the only one who reached the awakening realm, I wouldn't dare to do this, but with you here, I would naturally have the courage to do so. Nan Tian smiled, not at all bothered by Zan Lun's tone. We can talk about your schemes later. This isn't a bad place, but there are too many people here. Either you take off your mask, or leave. Zan Lun's tone was terrifying and cold as he looked at Su Ming. He just found this person to be an eyesore. It did not matter whether it was during the first time he met him in the tunnel or just now when he met him in this place. That feeling of dislike was still there. Nan Tian was momentarily stunned. His eyes went back and forth between Zan Lun and Su Ming, who remained seated. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke to Zan Lun in a low tone. Brother Zan, do you have any personal grudges against Brother Mo? Chapter 155. There are some words that should not be heard. No, I just can't stand people who hide their identity. A glint appeared in Zan Lun's eyes. He suddenly took a step forward and strolled towards Su Ming. As he walked over, murderous intent immediately appeared from the old man behind him. He glared at Su Ming and went forward as well. Su Ming did not move but remained seated in his place. Beside him, Dong Fanghua gulped, his heart racing. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat and avoid this, but when he saw the calm look on Su Ming's face, he remembered his decision and gritted his teeth despite his hesitation. He knew that he could not run away from this. If he did, then it would be impossible for him to become Mo Su's follower. He might even lose the right to stay in this place. I'll risk it. I have to risk it. Once he made his decision, Dong Fanghua clenched his fists. The blood veins in his body erupted forth and he stood beside Su Ming without any signs of retreat. You want to fight against me? Su Ming lifted his head and looked at Zan Lun walking over. There was a deepness in his eyes, which shone with a strange light as he spoke slowly. Zan Lun stopped and his pupils shrank. The moment his gaze met Su Ming's, a sense of danger rose within him abruptly. This sense of danger came suddenly, but it could still be felt clearly. That profound look in Su Ming's eyes was like stars. When Zan Lun saw it, he was shocked. If he reacted this way, then it was even more so for the old man behind him. The moment the old man saw Su Ming's eyes, a thunderous rumble immediately appeared in his head and there was a baffled look on his face, as if he had just lost his consciousness. I may have been injured by the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe, but if you want to fight, then so be it, Su Ming said unhurriedly. His words were spoken slowly, so slowly that it gave people enough time to think about the meaning of his sentence. Yan Luan, the tribe leader of Lake of Colors tribe. She's here too. Nan Tian's expression immediately became serious and he asked with a growl. I don't know whether she is physically here. The people who fought against me were Han Feizi, Yan Guang, and the face that was formed by a small part of Yan Luan's berserker mark, Su Ming calmly said and lifted the robes over his chest. There was a pink picture over his heart. If anyone took a closer look, they would see that the picture formed a vague face of a woman. The moment they saw the picture, Nantian's pupils shrank while Zan Lun's eyes flashed. You escaped from the apparition of Yan Luan's face. Brother Mo, I respect you. Nantian said gravely. He knew the might of Yan Luan's berserker art and that if he ran into her, even if he escaped from her, he would be gravely wounded. He would not be like Mo Su, who could still fight. Brother Zan, the only people who have the battle power equivalent to that of awakening is the three of us. If we fight among ourselves, then we might very well die here. I didn't think Yan Luan would be here as well. Wasn't she trying to break into the later stage of the awakening realm? Nan Tian's expression was incredibly sour. He now knew that he had not thought through his previous act of spreading out his presence. When he thought about it, cold sweat broke out on his skin. Zan Lun fell silent. He stared at Su Ming for a long moment before he let out a cold harumph. How should I address you? Mo Su, Su Ming said in a dull tone. Zan Lun gazed at Su Ming with a scrutinizing look before turning around and going to the other side to sit down. He did not talk about fighting anymore. This place had become dangerous due to Lake of Colors tribe, and Zan Lun did not have enough confidence to kill him without getting injured. If it was simply because he was an eyesore, then he would not fight with him under these conditions. Brother Zan, Brother Mo, there are still 7 days left before this place closes. Unless Yan Luan comes personally from Lake of Colors tribe, then the three of us will be safe here. But I think that Yan Luan must be aiming for something big since she appeared in the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. As long as we don't get involved, she won't attack us. After all, she might be in the middle stage of the awakening realm, but if she fought against all three of us, it would be impossible for her to not be injured. This will put her in a disadvantage if she wants to obtain the legacy of Han Mountain's ancestor. Nan Tian fell into pensive silence for a moment before he swept his gaze across Su Ming and Zan Lun. Nan Tian, what are your plans? Just say it, Zan Lun said with a low voice. With our power, it would be impossible for us to join the three tribes for empty fame, common herbs, and berserker arts. I won't hide my thoughts from all of you. I joined Tranquil East for the legacy of Han Mountain's ancestor. The reputation of Han Mountain's ancestor was too great in the past. His legacy is highly valued and sought after by the three tribes. I'm not a talented person, that is why I want a portion of his legacy. It might be dangerous here, but this might perhaps be our last chance. Nantian's eyes sparkled as he spoke quietly. I know of a few secret tunnels that will lead to the plains. If Brother Zan and Brother Mo have the same thoughts as I do, then we can try taking this risk. We can share what we obtain equally. Secret tunnel. Yan Luan is definitely at the altar in the plains. If we go there, it'll be difficult escaping her notice. We might as well be marching to our deaths. Zan Lun frowned. I have the confidence to not be discovered by Yan Luan. These tunnels might lead to the plains, but they branch out within. One of these branches leads straight into the tomb of Han Mountain's ancestor. I went there once, but I could not open the seal, that was why I had to give up. This time, Lake of Colors tribe has definitely obtained the way to open the seal to the tomb, that's why they're making the move. When the seal is broken, we can enter the tomb secretly. Besides, due to the seal, unless Yan Luan's level of cultivation reaches the bone sacrifice realm so she can connect with the heavens and earth, then she won't be able to detect us. Oh, if such a tunnel exists, you could go there on your own. Why are you telling us this? Zhang Lun's expression remained passive, but he was moved. He instinctively looked towards Su Ming, who remained silent. Brother Zhan, I won't hide it from you. Even if I couldn't open the seal, I could still feel a pressure coming from within the tomb. There is a great threat in the tomb belonging to Han Mountain's ancestor. With my own power, it'll be difficult for me to walk to the end. After all, no matter how great the treasures are, our lives are more important. But if we work together, we can cover each other's weaknesses. We might even be able to obtain serendipities. I've told you the truth of my plans. What will you choose, to stay or to hide? It is up to the two of you whether you want to leave this place safely 7 days later or to take a risk, Nantian explained unhurriedly. The valley gradually fell into silence. Zhang Lun was quiet. He had his eyes closed, as if he was thinking about something. Su Ming lowered his head and a glint appeared briefly in his eyes. He might want to see Han Mountain's ancestor, but he wanted to see his corpse and where he died, not an ancestor who was alive and kicking. This small virescent sword of mine belongs to Han Mountain's ancestor. The meadow too, belongs to this person. It would be fine if he died, but if he's truly not dead, then everything that I do will be useless before him. This was the biggest reason for Su Ming's hesitation. It was also the main reason why he did not choose to use Hefeng's method when he said that he knew of a way to enter the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor. But this might be a chance. These two people will be with me, and Lake of Colors tribe come in force to enter the place. Even if Han Mountain's ancestor hasn't died, he'll be busy taking care of himself. Should I go, or should I not? Nantian is saying all these because he saw that Zhang Lun and I are not amicable towards each other. Su Ming frowned. He could not make up his mind. He previously wanted to enter the place because he wanted to find an art that could allow him to absorb the spiritual aura from the world more quickly. At that time, he had been under the belief that Han Mountain's ancestor was dead. Yet the moment he stepped in, a lot of things changed, and after experiencing those things, that desire was no longer as strong. As Su Ming remained silent, Zhang Lun's gloomy voice traveled into his ears. We don't have to make our decisions immediately. It still won't be too late for us to choose once we enter that secret tunnel you speak of and see the seal that leads to the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. Nantian nodded. All he had was empty words. He could understand why Zhang Lun was being cautious. After all, people would only believe after they saw the truth with their own eyes. He shifted his gaze towards Su Ming. Brother Mo, what are your thoughts? I am injured. Even if I want to go, I'm afraid I won't be of much help. Su Ming did not reject him. Instead, he spoke slowly in a roundabout manner. Zhang Lun did not speak, but a chill seeped into his eyes. Nantian fell silent for a moment as he stared at Su Ming. In truth, it was risky for him when he spoke of those words. If everyone went, they would be safe, but if one of them did not, then they would face the risk of being exposed. This isn't a problem. Yan Luan's art disturbs the mind and injures the eclectic energy in your heart. Brother Mo, your injury seems to be mainly on your heart's eclectic energy. As Nantian spoke, he pointed at the black beast bone floating before him. That bone charged towards Su Ming, stopping before him. Brother Mo, I'll use this bone to heal you. It can reduce the pain you feel in your heart. Su Ming looked at the beast bone before him for a long while before he nodded. His expression remained passive, but he grew cautious. He focused the branding art on the bone. When Nantian saw that Su Ming agreed to it, he lifted his right hand and bit his finger before he pressed it against the center of his brows. The moment his finger touched his skin, the black bone before Su Ming instantly let out a dim light. Wisps of pink mist seeped out of Su Ming's chest and were absorbed by the bone. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, the black bone turned pink. Nantian lowered his right hand from the center of his brows and pointed at the bone. The bone immediately withdrew and flew back to Nantian's side. Su Ming took in a deep breath. He could distinctly feel that the injury over his heart had become much better and the pain had lessened. "Brother Mo, can you go now?" Nan Tian asked in a low tone and narrowed his eyes. Zan Lun smiled coldly and looked at Su Ming. "Going there won't be a problem," Su Ming said calmly, not affected by the proceedings. "Great," Nan Tian smiled. He understood Zan Lun and knew just how greedy he was. As long as you gave enough incentive to these people, they would be moved. Yet Nan Tian did not understand Su Ming. Unless he absolutely had to, he did not want to become enemies with him. He only did what he did after he saw that Zan Lun and Su Ming were not in good terms with each other. That was why that thought appeared in his mind and he said those words. He believed that Su Ming would not reject him once he used such a forceful method. There were some words that should not be heard. Once you heard them, then you must join. We shouldn't dally. We must leave now. This trip is dangerous. If we want to obtain serendipities, then we must be honest. I will open the path. Brother Zan, Brother Mo, please protect me. Nan Tian stood up and rapped his fist in his palm towards Zan Lun and Su Ming. We are not too far away from the tunnel. With our speed, we should be able to arrive in 4 hours. As for our 3 followers, let them follow in case they leak our plans, Zan Lun stated coldly. Dong Fanghua and the other 2 people did not dare speak up. They merely nodded their heads and obeyed. The 6 people left the place in a hurry under Nan Tian's lead. In the distance were the plains surrounded by mountain ranges. Fog obscured the building that Han Mountain's ancestor had chosen for his isolation grounds. It looked like a giant looming mouth that seemed to be waiting for them to arrive. Chapter 156. There are some things that should not be said. The starry sky where day and night would never arrive made people lose all sense of time. They could only count it silently in their hearts so that they would not lose track and prevent accidents that they could not control from happening. 4 hours later, Nan Tian and the other 5 people arrived unannounced at one of the numerous valleys located outside the fog-covered plains in the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. Their arrival in this currently clandestine place might have been noticed by others, but at the same time not. This is the place, Brother Zan, Brother Mo. I discovered it by accident in the past. It was originally a place where herbs grew, but I subtly stopped the herbs from growing here. After that, people rarely came here. Nan Tian stood outside the inconspicuous valley and spoke gently to Zan Lun and Su Ming beside him. Go take a look. Zan Lun's gaze fell into the valley. There was a thin layer of fog inside that enveloped the entire area, causing others to be unable to see clearly. As Zan Lun spoke, the old follower hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and charged into the valley. When he saw how cautious Zan Lun was, Nan Tian smiled. His gaze fell upon Cho Nu. Cho Nu had been following him for years and hence could understand Nan Tian's thoughts. Once Cho Nu gave him a nod, he went into the valley with Zan Lun's follower. Dong Fanghua still followed behind Su Ming. At that moment, he was looking at Su Ming uncertainly. When he saw that Su Ming remained passive and his mannerisms did not change, he found that he could not figure out Su Ming's thoughts. Yet since he had already decided to follow Su Ming, he had to do something to show his worth. Dong Fanghua took a deep breath. He was about to head into the valley along with the other 2 people with a grave expression to investigate the area, but the moment he took his first step, the ground suddenly shook. Muffled rumbling sounds came from afar, causing the ground to seem to rise and fall. At that moment, it seemed like the earth was moving and the mountains were shaking. The rumbling sounds reverberated in the air for a long time and did not disappear even after a long while. Some stones broke off from the numerous mountains around them and fell. The sudden tremors made Nan Tian and Zan Lun's gazes travel towards one similar direction, a place that lay far in the distance. Sir Mo Su, the 4th batch of guests has arrived. This is the aftermath of the activation of the relocation in the tunnel, Dong Fanghua explained in low voice. Su Ming nodded his head slightly. His eyes were calm. Interesting. None of the people from the tribe came with the first 3 batches from Tranquil East tribe. With the limits set in this place, only one from Tranquil East tribe can come here. This time, the person who came is most likely Han Kangzi. A smile appeared on Nan Tian's face as he spoke amiably. Puxiang tribe has already sent their tribe member with the first batch. He has already died. I have no idea who came with the fourth batch, Zanlun said darkly after retrieving his gaze from the distance. No matter who it is, I now understand why we didn't face any obstacles on our way here and why we didn't meet any guests from Lake of Colors tribe. Looks like they've all gone to the tunnel. Nan Tian smiled. At that moment, from the valley, Chonu and Zanlun's followers charged out and whispered in Nan Tian and Zanlun's ears. Su Ming remained as usual. Dongfang Hua might not have been able to go in with them, but Su Ming's branding art covered an area of 2,000 feet. He had seen everything within the valley. Brothers, this way. Nan Tian cast Zanlun and Su Ming a glance before he walked into the valley with a smile. Zanlun and his follower followed suit. Su Ming remained silent, but he went in nonetheless. The valley was not big, but there were dozens of giant cracks on the walls, giving them a desolate look. Nan Tian took a few steps forward briskly as his gaze swept past these cracks. He took a deep breath and raised his right hand to push at the air. Immediately, the black bones that spun around him spread out and a strong dark light shone brilliantly outwards. Under this dark light, Su Ming immediately saw 8 cracks on the right wall twisting like ripples in the water. Gradually, these 8 cracks disappeared one by one until there was only one left. The only crack left on the right wall was not too big, just large enough for a person to enter. It was dark inside, and no one could know where it led to. Zanlun's eyes flashed. The old follower behind him sighed. He took a step forward and charged quickly into the only crack on the wall to their right. Dongfang Hua did not have time to explore earlier. He was about to follow suit, but the moment he was about to take a step forward, Su Ming, who was standing before him, raised his right arm and blocked his path. Sermo Su. Dongfang Hua was stunned. When Zanlun saw this, a light crease appeared on his brows, and he looked towards Nan Tian. Nan Tian blinked and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He let out a sigh towards Zanlun and spoke with a helpless tone, "Brother Zan, your follower was too impatient." Nan Tian, what's the meaning of this? Zanlun's face grew dark, and when he spoke, his voice became terrifyingly cold. Almost at the same time he uttered his words, a shrill, pained cry traveled out of the only crack on the right. The voice was quickly cut off. Zanlun's expression instantly changed and he glared at Nan Tian. However, he was a powerful berserker in the awakening realm, which meant that he had great self-preservation and would not lose his temper without reason. He spoke coldly instead. "Give me a reason to not attack you. Brother Zan, I didn't say that this was the crack. The crack on the right is a trap to prevent others who stumbled upon this place from discovering my setup. This crack is fake. Anyone under the awakening realm who enters will die without fail." As Nan Tian smiled wanly, a hint of apology appeared on his face and he moved a few steps towards where Su Ming stood. The moment he took those steps, Zanlun's pupils shrank almost unnoticeably. He was regretting his decision at this moment. He should not have revealed his killing intent and showed a hostile attitude when he saw Su Ming. Zanlun was not a simple man. He could already tell that Nan Tian had used his influence to form a pressure on Mo Su so that he had no choice but to join them. Right now, he was using Mo Su to create pressure on him, causing him to be unable to hold Nan Tian accountable even though his follower had died. After all, Nan Tian did not tell them to walk into the crack. If we aren't supposed to walk into the crack, then why did you open it? Zanlun growled, forcing down his anger. Brother Zan, don't be angry. This is my fault. I did not explain this to you beforehand. I didn't have time to stop your follower after I casted the berserker art. But there's a reason why I opened the crack on the right wall. If I didn't, then we wouldn't be able to go into the real tunnel. Nan Tian wrapped his fist in his palm towards Zanlun and bowed, his face laden with regret. Cold sweat broke out on Dongfang Hua's forehead. He was not young, and he had an abundance of experience. At this moment, he saw the complicated relationship that surrounded the three men. He remembered Nan Tian's slyness, remembered Zanlun's ruthlessness, and remembered Su Ming stopping him. Gratitude appeared in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. Zanlun glared at Nan Tian, then at Su Ming. As a powerful berserker of the awakening realm, he seldom met something that made him so aggrieved, and what was more, he could not even say anything about it. because everything that happened was due to his own doing. In his silence, veins gradually popped up on Zan Lun's face. He glared at Nan Tian and narrowed his eyes. Nan Tian maintained a regretful look and bowed with his hands folded before him. Zan Lun took a step forward, but he only managed to utter one word before he was cut off by Su Ming's aloof voice. There are some words that should not be said. Once you say it, you will commit wrong, and you must pay the price for your wrongdoings. Zan Lun, your follower might not be dead as well. After all, we haven't seen his corpse. Zan Lun stopped and his expression changed, but a moment later, he took a deep breath and wrapped his fist around his palm towards Nan Tian. Brother Nan, I acted too rashly just now. Please lead the way. Nan Tian smiled and quickly returned the greeting. He made a few more explanations with an apologetic look and subtly glanced at the calm Su Ming. Uneasiness boiled in his heart. This person saw that there was something wrong and prevented his follower from going in. From this I can tell that he's a careful person and is not one to let his people take risks, and he could also use this to obtain his followers' gratitude. This is something I can do as well. But did he truly see that there was danger here, or is he, as I guessed, just cautious? I can put this aside first. From what he said before, I can tell that the murderous intent between this person and Zan Lun from before is not fake, but he was clearly reminding Zan Lun just now. This is the second time he used my actions in this matter to warm up his relationship with Zan Lun, which unknowingly increases the probability of the two of them cooperating. Damn it! This completely disrupts the next steps I set up for Zan Lun, and my plans to win him over. In fact, this will make Zan Lun become even more wary and hostile towards me, and Mo Su will just be an outsider in this. Nan Tian did not reveal any of his thoughts. He smiled and nodded towards Su Ming once more before he looked at the 7 cracks on the wall to the left. With one single move, Nan Tian charged towards the 3rd crack. Cho Nu followed quickly and entered the crack after him. Zan Lun looked at Su Ming. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded towards Su Ming and stepped into the crack. Su Ming followed after them calmly. He did not manage to see through Nan Tian's thoughts. He simply thought that before they went into the tunnel, Nan Tian would not want to cause any arguments that would be detrimental to his plans. Yet an accident like this had happened. It was something that was worthy of second thoughts. Su Ming could not guess what Nan Tian was thinking, but he could destroy it. Compared to Zan Lun, I should be more cautious of Nan Tian's calculative nature. Su Ming was quiet as he followed behind the crowd, walking into the 3rd crack. The crack was narrow and long. No one spoke on the way, and they moved forward silently. After a long while, a small tunnel appeared before them. This tunnel expanded to the deep depths of the ground, the path twisting around like a serpent. There were ample clues lying around everywhere that hinted that the path was man-made, making it clear that the path was hewed out by people. This path would not appear unless a unique method is used to open the cracks on the right side of the valley. Even if someone entered this place accidentally, a maze-like path would appear in this place. It would be difficult for them to find the correct path. This is the unique art that belongs to my tribe, Lost Cloud's tribe, Nan Tian explained softly. This path is connected to the tomb of Han Mountain's ancestor. There is a seal blocking our path at the end. Once the seal is broken, we will then be able to enter his tomb. As Nan Tian spoke, he moved forward quickly. The path was dark, but when Su Ming and the others looked in, they did not see darkness. Their vision might have been slightly obscured, but they could still see rather clearly. What caught their attention the most was the ground in the tunnel. It was red, which was completely different compared to the path in the crack connected to the tunnel. It was as if these two places were two completely different worlds. An unnoticeable glint appeared briefly in Su Ming's eyes when he saw the red patch on the ground in the tunnel. He moved forward, but the moment his foot landed on the red patch of ground. You are, finally, here. Chapter 157, Aloof Eyes. A shudder ran through Su Ming's body and a boom immediately echoed in his head. That voice was aged with the endless vicissitudes of life, as if it contained eternity, as if it had been floating in the rivers of time for many years, as if it reverberated in the soul itself. It made Su Ming's soul tremble. In an instant, his eyes became clouded with perplexity. The hoarse and aged voice lingered in his mind and spread throughout his entire body like a layer of ripples, causing his body to freeze momentarily. You are, finally, here. Han Mountain's ancestor. Su Ming's expression immediately changed. It was fortunate that he was currently wearing a mask and had his head lowered, so no one noticed his strange behavior. That voice continued reverberating in his head until it eventually sounded like thunder rumbling, causing Su Ming's face to pale as if he was experiencing nightmares. Sir Mo Su. Dong Fang Hua's anxious voice traveled into Su Ming's ears from his side. Dong Fang Hua was the first who noticed Su Ming's peculiar behavior. He saw him becoming still the moment he stepped onto the red ground as if he had frozen up. It's nothing, the ground in the tunnel is just a little strange. Su Ming took a deep breath and moved forward on the red ground. Before him, Nan Tian and the others were looking at him with a questioning look. Nan Tian narrowed his eyes and took a close look at Su Ming. He did not believe in his words completely, but could not find any clues about anything wrong either. This is your first time here, so it's natural that you're baffled. The ground becomes even redder the further we go into the tunnel. It'll be as if we're looking at blood. It's highly likely that it'll be the same when we arrive in the tomb of Han Mountain's ancestor. As Nan Tian spoke, he turned around and continued onward. Dong Fang Hua followed beside Su Ming with his heart racing against his chest. He was standing closest to Su Ming just now. That was why he could feel something that Nan Tian and the others did not sense. During that instant, he seemed to have seen Su Ming's hair floating without wind. There were also some strange changes on the mask over his face. He could not explain that feeling, but it was as if the mask had suddenly come to life. He did not dare say more. Instead, he followed behind Su Ming, moving forward cautiously. Su Ming did not say a word during the entire journey. He did not even need to ask. Dong Fang Hua, Nan Tian, and Zan Lun's expressions alone were enough to tell him that they did not hear the aged voice just now. He was the only one who had heard it. It was faint, but Su Ming could feel a weak sensation as if he was being summoned. That sensation traveled slowly towards him from the end of the tunnel. As he got nearer, that sensation as if he was being summoned became stronger. I knew it. Han Mountain's ancestor is not dead. That voice definitely belongs to him, but why did he say, finally? Su Ming clenched his right hand. His fingernails dug into flesh, and it hurt. Yet compared to the confusion that was brought by the huge mystery that existed in his heart, that pain made him feel that he was real, that he existed. He needed pain so that he did not feel empty. He did not want to think about Han Kangzi's pitying in her complicated gaze. He did not want to explore why Nan Tian did not mention the god of berserkers who sealed away the fire berserker tribe with the eternal creation art. He especially did not want to ponder why that aged voice said, finally. Just what happened to me? What have I forgotten? I didn't forget anything, but... Su Ming tightened his fist even further. It was just as Nan Tian had said. As they moved forward, the red ground became more vivid until it eventually reached a startling shade. It was as if they were walking on a dried-up sea of blood. Nan Tian might have come to this place many times before, but every single time he walked on the red ground, a feeling that was akin to terror would arise uncontrollably in his heart. Even if he knew that there was no danger within the tunnel, he could not help but stay on full alert and be incredibly vigilant. Behind him, Cho Nu's face was pale, his heart thumping against his chest. The red ground gave him a vague sense of agitation, but he could still resist it. Zan Lun was the same as Su Ming. This was also the first time he came to this place. He tried not looking at it, but when he walked further into the tunnel, he found that he could not ignore the red ground. A vicious look appeared on his face as he continued looking at it. It was faint, but he seemed to see an innumerable amount of murdered souls emerging from the surface of the ground screaming at him in hatred. Zan Lun let out a cold harumph, clearly unbothered. He was cruel by nature and had killed far too many people in his life. He made his decision. He wanted to see just how many illusions would appear on this path. You must focus when you travel on this path, it won't cause any real harm to us. This place is strange in the sense that it'll create different illusions in everyone's eyes, though they aren't powerful illusions. I've experienced this many times before, just bear with it, and it'll soon be over. Nantian's voice traveled into their ears as if it came from a far distance, through thousands of mountains and rivers. A smile appeared on Dong Fanghua's face. It was an incredibly complacent smile showing a hint of obsession. He walked past Su Ming with huge steps, and as he looked at the red ground, the smile on his face grew wider. On the red ground, he saw himself successfully reaching awakening. He saw himself successfully sacrificing the 13th piece of his spine, reverting it into a real berserker bone, then continuously reaching breakthroughs until he reached the berserker soul realm. He saw himself standing between the heavens and earth laughing with his head thrown back at the sky once he became a berserker soul. He saw countless people from all sorts of berserker tribes kneeling and worshipping on the ground. These people looked at him respectfully. They were watching him, Dong Fanghua, creating his own statue of the god of berserkers the moment he reached the berserker soul realm. Su Ming walked silently onward. There was a dazed look in his eyes. As he continued forward, the red ground allowed him to see his tribe and the familiar dark mountain. He saw Lei Chen laughing boyishly. He saw Lu Di leaning against a house with his eyes closed as he played a song with his Xuan. He saw Chen Shin holding Bei Ling's hand with a beautiful smile on her face. Bei Ling's back was positioned towards him with the wind blowing against his hair. He saw Wu La. The girl who was not considered very beautiful had her face covered in blood as she laid in his arms mumbling Mo Sus name. He saw a little girl holding onto Pipi. She was blinking, and with the naive voice of a child, she whispered into his ears, "Big brother Su Ming, I have a secret. Once you're back, I'll tell you." He saw the elder. He saw Bai Ling standing alone in the snow and wind. He saw her hair gradually turn white. She was looking at a fang in her hands. The snowstorm was too great and it blocked his vision, but it did not manage to cover his eyes from seeing the tears on Bai Ling's face. Su Ming bit his lips as he took in those sights. All these wonderful and sad moments were shown to him one by one on the red ground. At that moment, he suddenly shuddered. He saw a giant black hand descending from the sky on the sights on the ground. With one mighty swing, all those familiar people and familiar sights turned into smithereens. Behind the broken shards was a dark void, and within that void was a pair of eyes. Those eyes were looking at him coldly. They were heartless, as if all the emotions that existed in the world did not exist within them. There was also an aloofness that seemed to belong to a ruler. "You truly disappoint me." Su Ming's mind trembled. A wave of anxiety that he had never felt before surged forward, causing him to instantly wake up from his stupor. He was still on that path, and the ground was still red underneath his feet. Nantian had his eyes closed as he stood unmoving. His expression was incredibly strange. Sometimes, he would smile, at other times, a twisted look would appear, and occasionally, he would look incredibly smug, as if he was enjoying the fruition of his schemes. Zhang Lun leaned against the wall with a vicious look on his face. There was a hint of cruelty within that look, but also a hint of powerlessness. Cho Nu knelt on the ground and could not stop panting harshly. The murderous gleam in his eyes seemed to say that he was burning with anger, but there was also a hint of weakness within that rage. Dong Fanghua seemed to have gone mad. He was walking back and forth repeatedly with his arms outspread as he laughed loudly with a satisfied and boastful look on his face. He was immersed in his own world and did not want to wake up. As he looked at these people, an urge rose in Su Ming. If he attacked them now, he could kill all these people without a hitch, including Zhang Lun and Nantian. Nantian would not allow himself to sink into a hopeless situation, but right now, he lost his awareness and sank into the illusion. He came to this place many times before. He wouldn't make such a mistake. If that's the case, he's either doing this on purpose, or a change that he doesn't know about has come to this place. Su Ming closed his eyes. He remembered the aged voice that had appeared in his mind when he first stepped on the red ground. He also remembered the things he saw when he was trapped within the illusion, all of which eventually came to a stop when that pair of aloof eyes appeared within the darkness along with the words that seemed to have come from a distance. "Did the change in this place happen because of me? Han Mountain's ancestor, for what reason did you do this?" Su Ming opened his eyes and looked before him. They were already at the end of the tunnel. Right in front of him was a smooth stone wall. A complex picture carved out by numerous ravines covered the wall. Waves of dark light shone out of the stone wall. When Su Ming looked at it, he felt a strong repelling force coming from it. This should be the place where the seal is, Su Ming muttered. He swept his gaze over Chou Nu, Dong Fanghua, Nan Tian, and Zan Lun. Somehow, he kept having the feeling that there was something within the four people's expressions and attitudes. They're the same as me. They saw something unique to their sights from this red ground. Su Ming fell silent. That pair of eyes and the words left behind a deep impression in his mind. You truly disappoint me. There was no hint of emotion in that voice. It was cold, like ice that would never melt. Those words, and that gaze, why did they appear in my illusion? Why did I become nervous after I heard those words? I was really nervous, and very afraid. Su Ming did not choose to kill. He stood there instead and looked first at Dong Fanghua. He watched him walking back and forth with a distinctly complacent look on his face. What we see is different, but what we experience is the same. Perhaps I can find an answer from them. Chapter 158, Destiny. Dong Fanghua was pacing back and forth before Su Ming. His loud bursts of joyful laughter were completely different from his usual careful demeanor and acts of relying on the strong. As of then, it seemed like he had become another person. That prideful look on his face and sparkling eyes revealed the secrets in his heart. Today, I have arrived at the Berserker Soul Realm. Since you have all come to attend my ceremony, then I will let you see how a Berserker of the Berserker Soul Realm creates his own personal statue of the God of Berserkers. Dong Fanghua spoke loudly and lifted his arms, flinging them around wildly. Su Ming looked at Dong Fanghua quietly. He did not have a deep understanding of this person, but from the contact they had during the past few days, Su Ming could tell that this was a nobody who was as cautious as Su Ming was. He wanted to become stronger, and at the same time had the desire to be praised by those weaker than him. His actions right now reflect his true self, but what about this is similar to the illusions I saw just now? Su Ming quietly observed Dong Fanghua. After a long while, he shifted his gaze to Chou Nu. Chou Nu knelt on the ground as he panted harshly with a ferocious look on his face. His low growls gave people the feeling that he was in a bout of raging madness, but the weakness and flickering light in his eyes clashed against his expression. If what we show here reflect our true selves, then Chou Nu, I wonder if he was born with the word Nu Tien meaning anger in his name. If it's not, then it means that he believes that he needs this sort of rage the most. Since he needs it the most, then it means that he lacks that rage, Su Ming mumbled. He had a feeling that he had caught onto something, but it was still vague, as if the thought was still covered by a veil. What do I need the most? Su Ming closed his eyes and only opened them after a long while to look at Nan Tian. Nan Tian was standing with his eyes closed. His expressions constantly changed. Pride, disgust, sullenness, cold sneers, these expressions fused together, but most of the time, his face showed pride. This is a person who likes scheming and plotting against others. I haven't been around him for long, but from the things that happened, I can tell that he is a person who is very confident of his intelligence. He always feels that he can control others with clues that he discovered about them. They would have to follow his will, and they would have no choice but to do so. Su Ming looked at Nan Tian and the expressions on his face as he mumbled to himself. And him. Su Ming's gaze fell on Zan Lun. He is a cruel person. This is evident from when he brought out the souls of He Feng's family and crushed them one by one when He Feng challenged the chains of Han Mountain. He's cruel, ruthless, and would kill others when opinions don't match. He's a powerful berserker in the awakening realm, way above those in the blood solidification realm. With his personality, he must have killed a lot of people in his life. Su Ming saw ruthlessness on Zan Lun's face, as if he loved killing and was passionate about slaughter. Yet underneath that ruthlessness was an unexpected hint of helplessness. I understand now, Su Ming mumbled under his breath bitterly. He was highly intelligent to begin with. There was in no way he would not find the answer he was searching for when he combined all the expressions and actions showed by the four people. Whatever you brag about the most is what you lack the most. Whatever it is that you want others to know that you own the most of is what you want to possess the most. Zan Lun is cruel and ruthless. His thirst for blood is ingrained within him. This is what he is proud of and also what he wants others to know about. Yet in truth, this is what he lacks the most. He might have killed a lot of people, but all of these are to cover up his helplessness. He doesn't have a sense of security. He doesn't feel secure. That's why he feels that he needs to boast about his kills and let others know that he loves killing so that they'll know that he is cruel. It helps him to cover up the fear he feels in his heart. He needs cruelty. That's why he saw cruelty. He is afraid and desires safety. That's why there's also a hint of helplessness on his face, Su Ming mumbled under his breath bitterly. He understood now. Nan Tian flaunts about and wants others to know about his shrewdness and intelligence the most. Yet in truth, that is what he lacks the most. He wants others to know that he's very calculative, but this also shows that this is what he desires. Chou Nu's name has the word anger in it. He also presented himself as a person with a violent temper. This is what he's prideful about and wants others to know. It's also what he desires, because in truth, he's very weak and faint in heart. Su Ming looked at the terror hidden under the angry expression on Chou Nu's face as he mumbled. I truly understand now. Through them, I know what's on my mind. Su Ming leaned against the stone wall by his side and smiled wanly as he looked at the roof of the tunnel. I've always been aloof and made myself remain calm. This is what I lack and desire. I've always refused to think about the tribe, using indifference as a cover, but in truth, this is the most fragile memory within my heart. Perhaps I've truly forgotten some of my memories, the illusions I saw on this path of blood, the eyes that appeared at the end and the words I heard. Why did they make me so nervous, so aware, so afraid? Perhaps this is what I don't want others to discover the most in the depths of my heart. Just like Zan Lun's fear and Chou Nu's weakness. Then what do I need the most? Su Ming asked himself, but he found the answer very soon, because when he asked himself that question in his head, the image of the eyes and the words appeared in his mind. You truly disappoint me. So this is the real me, then I want to know whose gaze that belong to. Why did he say those words? What are the memories I lost? In fact, if I truly lost some memories, then could my memories have also been altered by someone? I want to know whether it happened. Su Ming closed his eyes. His heart was clenching in pain and fear. He was afraid that all of his memories of Dark Mountain were changed, that some might have disappeared, that they were fake. He had a feeling having been baptized when he walked through this path. It was as if he had transformed and changed. It was a vague feeling, but it existed. After an unknown amount of time passed by, Dong Fanghua stopped laughing boisterously. Instead, a shudder ran through his body and after a moment where he remained stunned, he silently sat beside Su Ming with his head lowered, a baffled look on his face. Chou Nu also stopped growling and howling. The anger on his face disappeared and turned into a blank look as he sat by the side mulling over something. Nan Tian trembled and slowly opened his eyes. There was a dazed look in his eyes, which only disappeared after a long while, replaced by shock and alarm. He had recovered, and some memories of what had happened returned. From among these people, he had a vague feeling in his memories that Su Ming had seemed to have acted differently compared to himself. That man had calmly stood before him and looked at him. At that time, he was completely powerless to resist. Nan Tian trembled. He did not know whether it was a mistake on his part. He would rather believe that all of it had been an illusion and it was not real, but when he looked towards Su Ming and saw him looking at him calmly, a shudder ran through Nan Tian's body. He changed. Nan Tian's breathing became rapid. He could not describe clearly what had changed within Su Ming, but there was an incredibly terrifying feeling coming from him now. The fear did not stem from Su Ming's power, nor from his intelligence, but from his eyes. In Nan Tian's view, Su Ming's gaze held an imposing look that was not intentional, but seemed to have been ingrained within him since birth. He had never expected that someone would be able to cause his heart to race in anxiety with just one look. Is there something wrong? Su Ming asked softly. No, nothing. For the first time, Nan Tian felt uneasy when he heard Su Ming speak. He quickly replied back. Su Ming no longer spoke and closed his eyes. Zan Lun looked at Su Ming with mixed feelings. He woke up at the same time as Nan Tian. The feelings he had experienced were incredibly similar to Nan Tian's. He also felt that Su Ming had looked at him calmly as he was caught in the illusion. In fact, when Su Ming looked at Nan Tian, Zan Lun also felt his heart trembling, and his breathing quickened. Yet there were still some differences between him and Nantien. He believed that everything that happened to him was due to him waking up from the illusion, not because Su Ming had changed. He simply felt that something was wrong with himself. Yet no matter what, Zan Lun still chose to fall into silence and sat down without a word. Time gradually passed by. 2 hours, 4 hours. Silence still reigned at the end of the tunnel. Dong Fanghua and Chou Nu had completely woken up, but the dreamlike memories remained in their minds and refused to disappear. Dozens of hours passed by. Suddenly, a tremor shook the tunnel. Muffled booms arrived from above them. Dust floated down as if the entire tunnel was about to collapse. The stone wall at the end of the tunnel shone brilliantly, as if it had suddenly become incredibly unstable and was going to crumble at any moment. The sudden change immediately filled Zan Lun with vigor and he trained his gaze on the seal. By his side, Nantien too looked at the stone wall with a grave expression as desire grew in his heart. The stone wall was a door. It was a door that led to either the isolation grounds or the grave of Han Mountain's ancestor. That door had been around for centuries, perhaps even longer, and it had never been opened. The existence of the seal blocked off all outsiders, but now, Lake of Colors tribe was carrying out a large-scale operation. They were using an unknown method outside, trying to break the seal and rush into where Han Mountain's ancestor was. Muffled rumbling sounds came from above them. The dark light on the stone walls flickered even more strongly, as did the one on the faces of people in the tunnel. Chou Nu, Dong Fanghua, Zan Lun, and Nantien all had their eyes trained on the stone wall. Once Lake of Colors tribe broke the seal outside, the seal in this place would also disappear. Only Su Ming had his eyes closed. It was not that he did not want to open them, but at that moment, the aged and hoarse voice appeared once more in his mind. Come here, I've been waiting for you, for a long time, for a long time. Destiny. Chapter 159. Break the relocation seal. Fog shrouded the sky, the strange stars shone dimly. Giant cracks tore the sky, telling all those who lifted their heads to look that the starry sky was fake and it did not exist. There was a gigantic building in the plains surrounded by the numerous valleys under the starry sky. That building could not be seen clearly because the fog surrounding it obscured the view of all those trying to see it. Yet if someone got closer, they would see that this building was a gigantic object shaped like a sword. That object pierced into the ground diagonally, and the part that was revealed was about thousands of feet tall. It was entirely black and made from an unknown material. Dense scale-like objects covered its surface. It looked like a sword, yet it was also rather similar to a ship. 3 tall altars shaped like towers surrounded 3 sides of the sword-ship object. The altars were colored white, black, and red, and they were each different from each other. Compared to the aged feeling coming from the sword-ship object, those 3 altars in the shape of towers were clearly built later. At that moment, the white altar was empty, and so was the black altar. Only the red altar was shining with a red light. That strong light pierced through the fog and surrounded the area, causing all those who saw it to have their vision entirely covered in red, even if they were standing far away. A few dozen people floated around the red altar. One of them was Yan Luan. She wore a red robe and her hair floated around her as she looked at the sword-ship object with sparkling eyes. Han Feizi followed behind her quietly. No one could see the changes in her expression due to the veil covering her face. They could only see that her eyes were glowing. The area was silent, yet there were occasional muffled rumbles traveling forth from afar. If anyone searched for the source of the voice, they would see the people from Tranquil East, Puxiang, and Lake of Colors tribe fighting against each other in 2 spots located rather far away from the place. We won't be able to hide from Tranquil East and Puxiang for long. They should have already noticed the changes in this place. Our time is short, Han Feizi whispered. Even if Han Kangzi and the berserker from Puxiang tribe are held back by the previous tribe leader and the elder, she's still a member of Freezing Sky clan. We mustn't kill her, nor can we kill her. Han Feizi's gaze swept past Yan Luan. I'll be careful, I won't cause delay for your entering into Freezing Sky clan. Yan Luan chuckled and turned around to look at Han Feizi. I'm curious how that new guest of Tranquil East tribe attracted you, so much so that you would spend your last wish to make me let go of my interest in him. Yan Luan may have been smiling beautifully, but only those who knew her would be able to see the chill in her eyes. "You do not lack mates, but I lack a companion," Han Feizi said softly. Her voice may have been pleasant to the ears, but there was chill to it as well. "Companion, are you perhaps thinking?" Yan Luan covered her mouth and laughed, but she did not finish speaking. She cast a profound look towards Han Feizi instead. "It's time. It would be best if you open the seal and break the mark of slave tribes so that I can leave in peace," Han Feizi said softly, closing her eyes. Yan Luan smiled faintly and turned back to look at the sword-ship object. A strange light appeared in her eyes. She lifted her right hand and pressed it over her heart before she fell to her knees in midair. Her face was no longer enchanting, but filled with pious devotion. "Align the runes," Yan Luan said softly. The moment she spoke the words, thunder rumbled in midair, and multiple bolts of red lightning appeared out of nowhere. They intersected with each other and pervaded the sky as they continuously traveled about. At the same time, the dozens of people from Lake of Colors tribe behind Yan Luan floated up as if their bodies were pulled in by the lightning in the sky. They sat down in midair with respectful looks on their faces. The traveling bolts of lightning were originally rather chaotic when they appeared and shone in the sky, but when the dozens of people from Lake of Colors tribe floated in midair, all of the bolts surrounded them with these people acting as the center. Once the lightning connected to these people, a complicated picture was formed in midair. That picture was the relocation rune. "Han Feizi," Yan Luan called out softly. Han Feizi did not say a word but took a step forward and charged towards the picture. She sat down in the center of the picture and let out a deep breath, then closed her eyes. "Statue of Lake of Colors, please descend upon us. Statue of Lake of Colors, please descend upon us. Statue of Lake of Colors, please descend upon us." These words fell out of the lips of the dozens of people in the sky one after another. Their voices blended together and turned into a growl. As it echoed in the surroundings, in the outside world, at the mountain where Lake of Colors tribe was located, which was situated beside Han Mountain City in the land of South Morning, all tribe members of Lake of Colors tribe sat down with their legs crossed. Some of them were berserkers, while the others were normal members of the tribe. They all sat down with their eyes closed. At that moment, all of them bit their tongues at the same time and coughed out fresh blood. Every single drop of their blood rose into the sky and rapidly gathered in midair. A giant contour of a face formed by blood appeared at the summit where Lake of Colors tribe was located. It was the gigantic face of a woman filled with a dignified might. The moment she appeared, the light of relocation appeared outside the woman's face, causing her face to begin fading out despite the fact that she had just appeared. The mountains where Tranquil East tribe and Puxiang tribe were located were strangely silent as their people looked at this sight. They did not show any signs of wanting to investigate. At that moment, on the stage situated at the summit of the mountain where Tranquil East tribe was located were the tribe leader of Tranquil East, the elder, and the many powerful berserkers of Tranquil East tribe. Among them were 3 old men who seemed to have crawled out of their coffins. Their bodies were letting out a rotten stench as they stood with their tribe members silently. They did not look at Lake of Colors tribe, but were looking instead at the middle-aged man wearing a blue robe before them. The man's hair was very long. He had his hands behind his back, and there was the picture of a mountain of ice sewn on his robes. "I know that your hearts are unwilling." The man was very handsome. As he looked at the summit of Lake of Colors located in the distance, he spoke languidly. "But this is the decision made by clan elder son within the clan. You may feel unwilling, but you must obey. We would not dare to. We will definitely comply with the orders given to us by the envoy, but Han Kangzi is still inside." The one who spoke was one of the 3 rotting old men. His face was calm as he spoke hoarsely. "Would anyone dare to harm her?" The middle-aged man smiled faintly. The same scene appeared on the mountain where Puxiang tribe was located. The leaders and powerful berserkers of Puxiang tribe stood respectfully before a middle-aged man in black. The man had the mark of a scorpion on his face. The scorpion looked vivid, as if it was a living creature. "Leader Wang has given the orders that Puxiang is not allowed to interfere in this matter." At the same moment, within the hidden grounds under Han Mountain City, Han Feizi and the others were sitting down cross-legged as they activated the relocation rune formed by the red bolts of lightning. As red light shone into the sky, a strange pressure gradually appeared. The woman's face that appeared on the mountain of Lake of Colors tribe slowly descended upon this place. As it appeared, a large amount of ripples appeared in the sky and reverberated in the area, causing more and more powerful tremors to shake the world with each passing moment. Very soon, at the moment the light of the relocation rune in the sky reached its brightest peak, the gigantic face of the woman appeared completely in the sky. That woman's face was about thousands of feet in size as she looked at the land indifferently. Open the tranquil east door. Yan Luan's face was piously devoted as she lifted her right hand and pointed towards the white tower-shaped altar that belonged to Tranquil East tribe in the distance. The moment she pointed, a red light immediately shone outside Tranquil East's altar. 4 people in red appeared out of nowhere. In their hands they held several heads of people who were glaring furiously even in their deaths. These 4 people acted at the same time. They threw the heads onto the altar and slammed their hands on them. The moment they did so, the heads exploded and turned into a large amount of blood that dyed the white altar red in an instant. These heads belonged to the guests from Tranquil East tribe who had entered this place. Once they were killed by Lake of Colors tribe, their blood was gathered in their heads using a unique method. At that moment, their heads exploded, and their blood dyed the entire tower red. The blood-stained Tranquil East tower rumbled and a large amount of cracks appeared. Roaring sounds traveled out from within, and a vast amount of energy spilled out abruptly. The moment the energy appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to change their color. This was the power of all the chi that had been accumulated over time by the guests in Tranquil East tribe over the centuries when the 3 tribes opened up the hidden grounds. Once enough energy had been accumulated, Tranquil East tribe originally intended to use it while working with the other 2 tribes to open the giant sword ship object. Yet at this moment, all their energy was taken away ingeniously by Lake of Colors tribe. The gigantic woman's face in the sky opened her mouth and sucked in a breath in the direction of Tranquil East tower. Immediately, this energy charged towards the woman's face and was completely absorbed by it. Open the Pukchiang door. Excitement appeared in Yan Luan's eyes. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. For this day, they had poured in too much blood, sweat, and tears. The originally black Pukchiang tower was dyed in red as the heads exploded. It crumbled as Tranquil East tower had done, and the vast amount of chi that the guests accumulated over the centuries spilled forth, all of which were instantly absorbed by the woman's face in the air. The final wave of energy absorbed was from the altar belonging to Lake of Colors tribe. Thunderous booms echoed in the air, and cracks appeared on all 3 altars. The moment they exploded because they lost the chi that had been stored within them, the woman's face in the air became distinct. Yan Luan took in a deep breath and charged towards the woman's face, fusing with it in an instant. She appeared at the center of the woman's brows. Break the relocation seal. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the gigantic woman's face before it descended abruptly from the sky and charged towards the sword ship object that was stuck diagonally on the ground. As the face rapidly closed in, the sword ship object immediately let out a dim light. The dim light was the seal itself. It did not spread out, but flowed around the sword ship object like running water. With a loud crash, the statue of the god of berserkers from Lake of Colors tribe crashed into the giant sword ship object. The seal from Han Mountain's ancestor would be extremely difficult to break if we didn't understand its principles. This is a completely different energy compared to us berserkers. Even if Lake of Colors tribe understood the relocation art and used the power of the entire tribe, it'd still be difficult for us to break it, but with the power of the statue of the god of berserkers, the power of relocation, and the research Lake of Colors tribe conducted over the past few centuries, we've predicted that we can cause this seal to disappear for an instant using rune against rune. At that short moment it disappears, we will enter. Chapter 160, Hong Kong. The sword ship that was stuck on the ground shone with dark light that looked like flowing water. The moment the gigantic woman's face formed by the statue of the god of berserkers crashed into it, the dark light immediately shuddered and gradually stopped flowing. It started showing signs of freezing. At the same moment, the color on the giant woman's face started rapidly darkening. It looked as if it had used up most of its energy in the span of a few breaths. Judging by the rate of its color diminished, it looked like it could not completely make the dark light on the giant sword ship stop flowing. The speed of the dark light freezing had also started slowing down. Some of the spots that had already frozen up even started showing signs of recovering, beginning to flow once more. Yan Luan's eyes flashed where she stood at the center of the woman's brows. There was a regretful look in her eyes as she lifted her hands and touched the woman's face with her fingers. The instant her fingers touched the woman's face, it shone with a strong red light and turned into a strong red flare that rushed into the sky. The red flare charged into the starry sky, resulting into a huge impact that created a large amount of ripples that spread towards all areas. In an instant, the ripples covered almost the entire sky. A long string of laughter traveled forth. The vague outline of a person appeared within the red flare that reached the skies. That vague outline quickly became clear, becoming almost completely distinct in an instant. That person was an old man wearing a red robe. His hair was entirely white, but his face shone with a healthy red glow. A huge gourd could be seen on his back as he stepped out of the red flare. The instant he appeared, the entire world shook. The starry sky looked as if it could no longer withstand the tremors and was about to crumble. The earth also trembled, causing a large amount of valleys in the area to collapse under this rumbling. "Greetings, Left Preceptor Zhou," Yan Luan said respectfully. The moment the old man appeared, the woman's face which had merged together with Yan Luan had faded away and disappeared. The relocation art that breaks the four-dimensional layers is indeed mysterious. Lake of Colors, since you've understood this art and offered it to me, your tribe will claim all credit for this. The old man in red robes laughed loudly with sparkling eyes. He stared at the dark light surrounding the sword ship, which was already rapidly recovering its flow. "Hong Kong, did you think that by hiding here, Freezing Sky Clan won't be able to touch you? Did you think that because berserkers don't understand the seal of the four-dimensional layers, that's why we can't kill you even though we know you are here?" The old man in red robes let out a long string of laughter and lifted his right foot before taking a step towards the giant sword ship on the ground. "If it's a complete seal of the four-dimensional layers, then I would definitely not be able to break it, but Lake of Colors tribe has understood your dimensional seal, and now, your seal has a flaw. I can now open it." The old man in red robes approached the sword ship and lifted his right hand before swinging it in the air. A red demonic claw appeared above the sword ship and seized it. There was no way a normal living being could own this demonic claw. The moment it appeared, a strong look of desire and respect appeared on Yan Luan's face. She was not the only one. Yan Feizi and the other tribe members of Lake of Colors tribe also looked over with respect when they regained their freedom after the woman's face disappeared. Berserker Soul Realm. By condensing and creating my own statue of the god of berserkers, I will become the berserk, and the berserk will be me. Han Feizi's eyes were bright as she mumbled. The demonic claw closed in and seized the sword ship. The dark light that flowed upwards on the object shuddered and let out a booming sound. The dark light shattered like shards and droplets of water. It fell off the giant sword ship and tumbled to the side. As the sword ship trembled, the seal placed on it abruptly disintegrated. "Hong Kong, you came to us berserkers 8,000 years ago and had your powers limited by the second god of berserkers. You could only use your powers up to the middle stage of the berserker soul realm, which would mean your level is at soul transformation in your immortal realm. You're ranked in 147th place on the kill list shared among the worlds. Today, I, Zhou Shan, Left Preceptor of Freezing Sky Clan, will take your life on orders left behind by the third god of berserkers." The voice of the old man in red robes sounded like thunderbolts raining judgment. The moment his voice spread out with a boom, his body turned into a long fire-red arc as he charged towards the sword ship that had lost its seal. With a loud crash, the old man rushed inside. The light in Yan Luan's eyes flickered. She too charged in, and closely followed by Han Feizi and the other people from Lake of Colors tribe. Buried deep under the ground was a part of the sword ship. One of the parts of the section buried underground had cut through a tunnel many years ago. As of then, at the end of the tunnel where the part of the sword ship was, the stone walls crumbled and turned into countless shards that quickly tumbled backwards as the seal was broken. It disintegrated. Nan Tian's face was filled with excitement. He took a step forward quickly, as if he wanted to be the first to go in. Yet the moment he moved, Zan Lun had already charged in at lightning speed, overtaking him and becoming the first to enter. Nan Tian and Chou Nu followed closely behind him. The both of them rushed into the entrance that was revealed once the stone wall crumbled. Su Ming opened his eyes, which were now bloodshot. He silently stood up and looked at the entrance that led into the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor. There was an expression filled with mixed feelings on his face, though hidden under the mask. The voice summoning him was now filled with anxiety as it called out to him incessantly. The voice of Han Mountain's ancestor is completely different from the voice I heard when I fell into the illusion when walking through the red path. They're clearly not the same person. Su Ming closed his eyes and uncertainty appeared on his face. Sir Mo Su, Dong Fang Hua asked in a low voice. He originally wanted to go in, but when he saw Su Ming keeping still by his side, he hesitated for a moment. I need a moment to think. If you want to go in, then go, Su Ming said coolly. Dong Fang Hua struggled in his heart. He looked at the entrance and a yearning look appeared in his eyes. He wanted to become stronger, and there was a chance lying right before him at this very moment. If he gave up on it, he would definitely be dissatisfied. He waited for a little while longer. When he saw that Su Ming remained in pensive silence, he gritted his teeth and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming before dashing through the entrance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the place. Su Ming was the only one left at the end of the tunnel. He stood there quietly as the anxious voice calling out to him echoed in his ears and mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Should I risk it, or should I not? Han Mountain's ancestor isn't dead, and it's strange that he's summoning me like this. Also, from the bizarre things that had happened on the red path, I can tell that if I go in, it'll be incredibly dangerous. Su Ming mumbled. But this might be my only chance, to know just what memories I lost, and to know what exactly happened to me. Su Ming paced back and forth at the end of the tunnel with a brilliant shine in his eyes. He Feng once said that we can create a spirit body if we practice the art of Han Mountain's ancestor. And once we have that spirit body, we can cast a strange art. If I didn't completely subdue He Feng and wear that mask, I would have been caught under He Feng's art. He told me about this art later. It's called possession. Only those with spirit bodies can cast this art and take over someone else's body. During the possession, they can look through the other person's memories. A person can only create a spirit body once they have practiced the branding art. Besides He Feng, only Han Mountain's ancestor has one. Su Ming paused in his footsteps and a resolute look appeared on his face. I can take the risk, but I cannot put myself in jeopardy. I won't ask to be able to completely protect myself, but only when I have a certain amount of confidence in this can I take this risk. My memories may be important, but the thing about me losing my memories is just my guess. If my guess is correct, then it's fine, but if it turns out that I was just overthinking things, then it's not worth it to lose my life over. Putting aside the possible connection between him and me, Han Mountain's ancestor is calling out to me so urgently mostly due to the breaking of the seal in this place. Besides, I don't think he'd be summoning me to simply just end my life. Then besides some other reason I don't know of, there's only one possibility as to why he's doing this. He's going to perform the possession He Feng spoke about. The elder once taught me that when I don't understand certain things, I can try putting myself in the other person's shoes to guess his thoughts by going through the things that person had experienced. If I am Han Mountain's ancestor and I haven't gone out of this place for many years all while having to watch the 3 slave tribes rebelling to the point that I can't do anything, then he must be injured, and it's not a light injury. Now that Lake of Colors tribe has broken the seal and Freezing Sky clan is supporting Lake of Colors tribe, then those from Freezing Sky clan must also be in this operation. Han Mountain's ancestor is most likely going to die. There's a high possibility that he's calling out to me for the possession He Feng spoke about. He's going to possess my body and avoid being killed. The reason why he chose me is perhaps because I have the path of blood within me. Then could it be that the small Virescent sword, the Red Meadow, and the other things chose me because of this as well? He drew me here step by step. A chilling look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He won't live for long. If Lake of Colors tribe dared to break the seal, then they have full confidence in killing him as well. The safest way for me is to wait here and not go in. Before long, Han Mountain's ancestor will die. This is the safe way, but if I do that, then I won't be able to obtain Han Mountain's ancestor's training method, and I won't be able to obtain the answer I want. I won't be able to know just how many memories I lost. A cold sneer appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. He sat down cross-legged and lifted his right hand before tapping his chest. Immediately, his chi tumbled within his body like a furious wave crashing around inside him. Almost at the instant he tapped his chest, a ball of dim light was forced out of his chest. Inside that dim light was He Feng's spirit body. He had his eyes closed as if he was in deep sleep. Su Ming looked at He Feng's spirit body before he lifted his right hand and touched it. A wave of ripples spread out. Once they traveled over the small figure, a shudder ran through his body and he slowly opened his eyes. Moss. There was a dazed look in He Feng's eyes, who had just recently woken up. Once he took a good look at his surroundings, especially the entrance at the end of the tunnel, a violent shiver ran through his body. This, He Feng, Su Ming said slowly. His voice was low and deep, and there was an intimidating force behind it. I need you to do something for me, he stated, looking at the small figure. Master, please speak. As long as I can do it, I won't dare to decline. He Feng quickly adjusted his mind to the situation and spoke cautiously, yet there was a slight nervousness in his heart. He did not know what Su Ming wanted him to do, especially when he was forcefully awakened in this place.